I'm going to let stream warm up. Wait, what? No. Not what? Give me all your money. Wait. I have money? Guys, I have money.
Give me your fucking money.
Yeah. I got money? Wait a minute. This is new to me. Okay, I have however much that gives us. Let me see, Dave. Does that make you at the top of this right now still?
I believe it still does.
Yeah. Somebody's slipping, man. Somebody's slipping. Oh, yeah. Chaos. 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 Where is my stream manager? Why isn't it working the way I want it to? Because I don't have that up here.
$17.6K points. That's it?
Huh? What? Oh, I wasn't even
Yeah,
reading.
that's all Galaxy has, apparently. I mean, it's more than what I've got, but I'm slowly rebuilding.
Okay, that's it. I gotta reduce the amount.
I'm just gonna type in chat how much I have as of right now. I'll let you all be the judge.
Oh crap! I need to change that.
Yeah. I was at 74,000 before I lost my channel.
Oh.
I was close to unlocking Soundwave.
Yeah, it's been here longer.
That's no excuse.
Oh god, I'm gonna. Oh jeez. I know what she's trying to redeem.
I'm waiting for the day when you start putting in sound alerts and with channel points. And
oh,
then
crud, yeah.
I'm just gonna rate all kinds of hell on your streams.
Okay, I gotta up this then, Dave.
Don't up the Soundwave.
Oh, come on.
You should lower it down just for me, considering I lost all my points.
Okay, how do I give somebody points? Let's see. It says it's running perfectly fine. It looked good. Yeah,
and apparently a bit fabulous today.
Oh, it was fabulous. Yes, dear. Yes, it was so fabulous. Now, I was listening to, what is it, Source Bar podcast, their D&D session, and they're doing a one-shot, and they're all playing humans, and I can't, one of them's doing a valley girl.
I've got something that can scare you even more, Matrix.
Oh god, no.
My mother started listening to the campaign.
I think you've already mentioned that before.
I am so sorry now.
I think, would you say Overload was her favorite so far?
Overload's her favorite so far.
No, I'm never
Because
anybody's favorite.
Quote, turning somebody into a scrap teacup.
Yep. He did that.
That did happen. That was a thing.
Indeed.
Very early on, but yes, that was a thing.
I still had my
Early on, but still a classic.
Yeah, and I still remember in my head, here's Gilgamesh running along the top of this stuff, and all of a sudden, he just like goes down to like a stroll as he watches this happen. I'm just like, oh my god, he's a teacup. Oh my god, he's just. That's it. That's all that's left of him.
Yeah, like I remember, fucking you came running, running to like try and help me, and then realized, oh wait,
He doesn't need
he doesn't
help.
need help.
Like halfway, like striding, I like slow down as I see you like crush him into an aluminum can. Just like, oh, okay, well he's got that.
You saw me being surrounded, and then you just witnessed me just fucking crush one beneath my foot, and realized, you know
The
what?
rest
Nah,
are
he
all-
can handle the others.
The others are like, nope,
It's like,
we're
yeah,
out.
you know what? He's got this.
I like to call it Snuggles. Still one of my favorite. Oh god, yeah, the Snuggles incident.
And it was at that moment I knew my power scaling was off, so I had to nerf myself.
Yes, like my many railgun incidences when people stop existing after I pull the trigger.
The Snuggles incident, I believe, was D and Destiny.
Yeah, well, there was.
Because that was
Wait, there's a couple things that were.
that was Kitsune trying to snuggle with Blue in the middle of a boss
that was
fight.
earlier one. Yeah, that was. Oh my god.
Dude, that snuggle incident you guys are talking
Oh,
about reminds me of when C's character gave an NPC severe PTSD to women.
Which worked out in their favor later on.
Because this PTSD made them immune to the sin of lust.
Interesting.
Basically, C's character suffocated this poor boy with their character's chest.
So we hugged him to death.
In a bush. That was the first iteration of Saviors of Nasha.
Okay. We'll try that out. But
By the way, I did watch that
Never.
trailer for Transformers 1, and I don't know
I'm
how to feel about it
confused.
yet.
I absolutely locked my way through it. It absolutely looks like it's gonna be good.
It looks like it's like, gonna be a fun
Interesting.
kind of like a kid's, lighthearted kind of a movie, but
From what I've seen, it looks like we're starting a new Transformers timeline with that movie.
yeah. As I like to call my campaigns, I am watching are running together as we can. There are so many campaigns to go through in my brain. My fry. It is already fried. I am tired. I'm done. Oh, I'm supposed to stream in 5 minutes or 5 minutes? 10 minutes. Oh wow. My computer is telling me. Oh great, my phone's gonna go off too. Yep, it did. Did you know that, guys? I was supposed to.
No, I didn't know you were meant to be streaming. I thought we were just here to twiddle our thumbs and.
Yeah,
Tell,
me too. We were telling
Yeah.
stories.
I thought we were going to be sitting here talking about Chuck Norris jokes again.
Knock knock. I don't ask me. I don't. I've had kids doing knock knock jokes at me at work. I'm like, okay, I gotta put on the face. Who is it? I've heard the same joke over 10 times now. I'm like, that's good. Yep. Okay. I'm good. I'm done. I'm done. Ah. Okay, it switched. Okay. Did it work over here? Okay. Oh, I need the other page real quick. Come on, give me my. Oh, it's playing. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna kill that though. There we are. All right, I'm assuming you jokers want to start anyway because you're bored. Oh, I guess I don't want to start. Sorry, everybody. We're canceling streams. I am tired. Sorry. What?
Clearly.
It's been a long year. I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah, I'm slightly here. All right.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, that too. If anybody who catches these streams, you will realize we are on episode 20, which 19 is up there, but it's a 3-part one, and it's very long, and it's of the 3 solos of Gilgamesh first, Overload second, and then some other Joker last. I don't remember who it was, but
The Mighty Potato.
yeah, it was Void Striker, who you will have a little fun with all 3 of these. You can listen to them later on if you want, or if you've already caught up to this point, which I'm impressed you sat through 8 hours of it. It was fun trying to edit. So yeah.
Indeed, Galaxy. All hail the Mighty Potato.
All hail the mighty potato. Anybody for a fry? All right. So are bots ready today? Are they charged up? Are the servos working?
I do believe so.
I'm ready to introduce Galaxy Star to our new favorite character. Yes.
All right. So I will catch everyone up from this point. Last time, which was episode 18, you guys heard, and if you did listen to 19, that's where the 3-parters come in. The 3, Gilgamesh, Overload, and Void Striker, went out to recruit for help with the big battle coming up. They all went their separate ways into different space bridges to Cybertron, Jungle Planet, and to Velocitron. Each one of them was able to successfully recruit in certain ways, help with this upcoming battle. As we come to here, when they are all returning, that Varish was trying to contact them, and the comms were not the greatest at that time when they were coming back through. At this point, we're going to start with Gilgamesh, because he'll be the first one who is coming back. I'm trying not to make it too loud on my side, so sorry if it is. Like,
That's fine.
It's loud on my side, and I'm like, ah. All right, Gilgamesh, you and Carbine are coming back through the space bridge. You can see the other side. You see it's dark. And you see what looks like to be the emergency lights are pulsing, flashing, not fast, just pulsing on and off slowly. It is dark in the station. As you step through the space bridge, you notice and I will flip the map. You guys will be able to see it now as soon as I grab the little tabby thingy. And I don't have all this stuff set up in it, so you won't see damage. I'll have to describe it all to you because I didn't have a whole lot of time. So, but you step through, you notice you're not coming out where the space bridge is. You notice you came out like down where Phoenix would normally be parked, down near the hangar. It's like you came through a smaller space bridge opening that Varish opened up. within a few moments, another space bridge opens up next to you, and you see Overload stepping through. Now, Overload, you're going to see same thing. The station, you and Aegis are stepping through. You're seeing this darkened station with emergency lights only, just pulsing red. And you can see, you both see this. You start to see blast marks here and there, but they seem to be aimed inward more than out. And you do see over by where the door's going in, you see a few bot parts that have fallen apart. Don't ask me why it stopped. If you guys still hear the music, I'm surprised.
Yeah, it's still going for me.
Okay. Hang on. I want to do something. I don't know what it's doing on this side, and it's ticking me off. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that now. Everything was working fine. See, you jinxed it, Baja. I'm blaming him.
Yes, all the blame.
Yep, you can take the blame for this one. All right, let me refresh the whole thing and get it to run properly on my side, because it's better with music.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Now it works. Okay. Don't do that again. There we go. But no, as you both are seeing this, you see like body parts, but they're not of bots you recognize. They look like possibly the drone type Decepticons that are very familiar.
Viacons?
Yeah, very similar to ones that serve a particular bot. And you both are seeing that most of the blast marks are inward, though. Like, they're large, and it looks like possibly Phoenix had done these shots. At this moment, you guys see another portal open up. You see Void Striker come walking through. Now, Void Striker, you're seeing all this dark station, emergency lights.
Specifically, I'm still in my dragon mode, by the way.
Oh, that's right. You did fly there that way. As you step through, you see this. Now, you guys have all your night vision, so you're able to see still somewhat pretty well in this environment. You guys see him come through, and you guys are observing this. You notice the control station, the glass across it has been blasted out. Not in, out. You can see the glass in front of you. You don't have to roll perception for this, because you guys are standing there. You can see it. It is very quiet, by the way.
Gilgamesh is looking up to the command tower, trying to see if he can spot anyone like Varish or Kiara or anyone who might be up there.
Roll me, if you guys all want to, you can all roll a perception check, which I need to flip the screen so everybody can see that. Duh. There we go.
And perception.
Holy crap. Okay.
Soft 20.
Okay. It's just dragon form. It's just giving him that ability. So, you both look up, and you can see directly in there. It's not up in the air. It's almost level with the floor, but you can see through the console glass. You can see Varish slumped over the console. It's super loud in my ears.
Yeah, it just got loud for me as well.
Yeah, the music was picking up a bit, so that's why.
I'm like, stop it. Yeah, it's good for the moment. Thanks. Appreciate it. But not my ears. I just turned it down a bit. It's still playing, guys, so. But you see Varish slumped over. You can see the hole inside is pretty big that it has smashed out the glass. But he's slumped over. You can see him laying there. You can see Energon dripping down.
Matrix, I can't move.
Oh, crap. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought I gave you control over. Alright, I'll fix it. Did I not give you... Oh, I didn't give you control. Wait, strike. Oh, there. Okay,
now I can.
You should be able to... You can highlight both of yourself and her and move her.
Yeah.
You do realize it's still quiet in this facility. You do hear some commotion here and there, but you're not sure where it's coming from because it's echoing through the station.
I'm going to transform into bot mode carefully, considering I have Tick on my back.
That's right, you do. I forgot about her.
Is there anything jamming radio signals? Like, do I hear static or anything?
You can try and do your comms, which you hear pretty much, it sounds like it's dead air, but no static really. It's just like you're hearing nothing.
All right, he's gonna try to radio. Either he's trying to radio either Kiara or Sky.
You get nothing.
Can I tell if the signal's being jammed at all, or is it there's just no response?
You're not hearing anything right now. And hang on for 1 second. I need to do something really. Sorry, I just realized somebody's home, and this whole time I didn't know he was here.
Oh.
You just scared the crap out of me, boy. Sorry. So, all right, hang on.
Why didn't you notice me walking by?
I just did. That's why it caught my attention. All right. Gilgamesh, you notice Carbine goes, "Hey, do you hear that?" And with your perception, you notice there's some kind of high-pitched noise being played. Void Striker, you hear it too. And so does somebody else who's with you. Not Tick.
Yeah. Question, has my connection to the station been severed?
Yes. Tick kind of climbs down off of you. Is this supposed to be like this? And she's getting really nervous. I don't like this. And I recognize those guys over there, and she's shaking. You can hear all her
I'm going
joints.
to kneel down so I'm with her. I'm going to give you a very scary friend. Follow them. They will lead you somewhere safe. I'm going to deploy Scamper.
Scamper pops out. And where do you want him to take her?
Into the Midicon corridors. Because she's small enough that she could probably crawl into those tunnels.
Oh god, dogs. Sorry. As soon as you do, Scamper kind of just waves at her and follow him, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna go kill some dogs. Hang on.
You do that. I'm actually trying to contemplate on something. Above game real quick. Do you guys want me to scout ahead?
Probably be a good idea, but I wouldn't say go too far ahead, because if something happens, we still need to be able to get to you.
And we're at least I'm gonna be a bit more careful since I'm in a state of I'm not in a good state.
I'm still a little wounded from my fight, but I still have a number of spells I can use.
You guys are wounded?
It's not more of being wounded.
I didn't heal from my fight in the arena.
It's not health.
Wounded?
It's not health-wise for me.
Yeah, I did get wounded.
Spell-wise and oath-wise.
Okay, my statement still stands. You guys are wounded?
Okay.
You gave me great armor, but I still took hits in that fight, so...
What would happen if I didn't give you the armor, bro?
I wouldn't have made it back. So thank you.
Okay.
I still took damage.
I come back.
Not my fault.
Oh my god.
Anyway.
I'm spiritually wounded. Not physically.
Okay.
So one's physically fucked up, the other one's mentally fucked up.
I'm not fucked up. I'm like a little over half my health.
One of you has no power. One of you's a little injured. Not bad. The other one is mentally screwed up a little. That's all. We're good.
Meanwhile, me with 0 damage and 0 expenditures of my spells, except for Flash of Genius. But I still got plenty of that.
Oh god. All right. I need you, all three of you, to make a perception. You will have advantage because you do have partners with you to help you.
Whoa. Doesn't matter for me. Whoa.
Doesn't matter.
Well,
19.
Dave has advantage on that one.
I didn't need the advantage.
Yeah, you didn't need the advantage, but you two suddenly kind of hear almost sounds like a scraping sound off to the upper side of the station. It sounds like something's kind of being picked up and dropped and then dragged a little bit, and you can kind of hear something. Oh, come on, moving! We gotta get out of here.
I'm going to silently approach it, and I'll roll for stealth if I have to, but I'm going to try and sneak up on whoever is making that noise.
I will tell you, you will have advantage if you were to do stealth, because they don't realize you're there.
Wunderbar. 22 if I have advantage.
Yep, so it's up here, I'll mark up there in that direction. They're in the, I'll tell you, they're in the hallway, but they're closer down. And you get closer to this sound. You start making your way over. You hear this, oh no, not him too. And you recognize the voice. It's Addie. And
I'm just gonna, like, quietly, like, sit on the hall. And giving it enough so she can recognize my voice. Just, Addie.
You hear a stumble. Oh, wait.
It's
Gilgamesh,
me.
is that you? And she's trying to whisper too, but you can tell she's scared crap out of him.
He's raising his hand to, like, kind of, like, the quiet kind of gesture. And he's waving for her to move in his direction.
She's kind of looking around the corner, and she doesn't really have night vision. So she kind of, I can't really see you. Where are you? I don't want to turn the lights on.
Okay, so he's gonna do a thing. He's, like you said, it's the hallway, right?
Yeah, it's up here. I don't know.
Hey, right here.
There you go.
So
yeah,
then
make it
he's
easier.
he's just gonna, like,
oh, there it goes.
Nearby the wall, just like lightly tap, like.
She's like, oh, I can hear you. Hang on.
Follow the direction.
Hang on. You notice you can kind of hear this. Hang on. And you can kind of see her. You see her with your night vision easily.
And he's watching her back to make sure nothing sneaks up behind her. She's making her way to me.
You notice this door has been ajar. It's opened a bit. So she comes through. She's like, I can't see you. Please tell me it's really you. And you notice she's carrying this big case, and it looks heavy. And she's like standing there. It's like,
as soon as she gets close enough, he's gonna reach out and like kind of grab her wrist, and he's gonna like slowly pull her like.
She jumps and drops the case off her shoulder, and it hits the ground, and it makes a thud. Sorry. Bad stuff happening here.
What happened?
All I know is Drift came running in, the lights went out, and the red lights came on, emergency, and all it came across the intercom system was, we need to evacuate now, everybody out. And then Drift came in and said, grab it, put it in the case, go. It's ready to go. Just get out with it as fast as you can. And I've been trying to get out, and is Phoenix still here? I got kind of stuck and I had to hide. It's because she can't see anything. It's dark, and all she's got is this red hue, and she can't really see anything still.
Am I close enough to hear this conversation?
Yes. Oh, sorry, I didn't move the icon in.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm going to slowly open up some of my energon vents like they normally are.
And she's looking around. You guys can see her optics kind of go open a bit more, and she goes, "Wait, Striker, you're here too? Oh God! Oh, by the Primus! Oh, this is not good. Something bad is happening." And she kind of gestures back behind her. She's kind of looking generally in your guys'
Gilgamesh
direction.
goes back for that case that she dropped.
Yeah, it's like kind of right next to her. Now you're a little bigger than her. Are you gonna try and pick it up?
Yeah, I'll do it.
I will tell you won't have too much trouble. You feel the weight of it, though. It would be easier if, like, Void Striker or Overload picked it up. Like, they will pick it up like nothing. But you get a little,
Eddie,
you can pick it up.
What's in the case?
Drift and I finished it, sort of. It needs a little tweaking, but it'll work. It's done. We kind of modified a few things to kind of make it work. It should be okay to use once.
Can Gilgamesh pop open the case just to examine it really quick?
Yeah.
So yeah, he's gonna pop open the case and just examine it to make sure everything looks to be in order still.
You see this as fitting in this case, and you could see the modification area easily. Void Striker, you're standing right there. You see it too. It looks like her and Drift really went to work on this thing and really modified it to make it work and fit. You can see the part of the hammer that is supposed to be where it's supposed to be at. It doesn't look like a hammer anymore. It looks like part of this, what it's supposed to be as part of it.
It looks like the Requiem Blaster now?
Yes, just a little bit of modification to it to kind of bypass a few things to make it work right. Or just work, in their case.
Alright, It's Requiem Blaster. This is an idea that I talked with Dave about and talking this out of character. If it's fine with you, Mercer, do you want to mount the Requiem Blaster onto my siege tank mode where one of you two has to be there to fire it? So at least two of us are present required, considering we only get one shot with it.
Sure.
That sounds cool. I will definitely allow this.
Do we... This might not be the best place to do that, though, right now.
No.
Oh, yeah.
And I do have something I can do to store it away safely.
Put it in your little storage dimension, yeah.
Yep. You already know what I'm putting down. So, if there's, like, a surface nearby I can do this on, I'm gonna...
You can use the door that is there. It's not going to affect that. Door jar is just there.
The storage crate next to you should also be big enough as well.
Oh, yeah. You can use that.
Yeah, if that'll work, like, whatever surface I can, I'm gonna open up, the portal box, and I'm going to slide the case in and then close it up once it's inside safely.
You guys are all standing there, and then suddenly you all hear this voice. Oh, that is fascinating. Who made that device? Did you, Void Striker? And you hear Wavelength talking to you. You hear her out loud talking to you all.
No, I didn't know it created Wavelength.
Oh, did he? And she's pointing toward you, Gilgamesh, with her claw hand. You see this largish, bulky-looking cat. It's a palace cat, what it looks like. So if you want to look it up, look it up. It looks very grumpy-like, and she's just looking at you, kind of intriguing. Did you create that?
No. He looks to the Void Striker. New friend of yours?
Old friend.
Well, I'm sure we need all the help we can get at this point.
And then she notices Carbine. Oh, you go by Carbine now. Hi. And she kind of waves excitedly, but she kind of reforms back to her little state of, hello. And Carbine's like, Wavelength? I thought you were dead. Obviously not.
I can already see where they have something in common.
Overload, you hear on your shoulder, Aegis. Oh, great. Another nerd.
Not what I was going for, but okay.
Wavelength just kind of turns.
Regardless.
Oh, God.
Regardless, we need to figure out what's going on and what's happening truly.
Well, since we have our main equipment secure now, we can...
We should
Either-
still probably prioritize securing the lab. There's a lot of experimental tech from back in my time there.
You hear Addie kind of, hey, back there, I, saw, and she's gesturing where she came from. Steel is, no longer. And she's really trying to kind of compose herself, but she's kind of...
I'm going to look at it and just go, are the Energon stores still stocked?
As far as I know, yes.
Then that is a problem we can solve once we've cleared the station. I can deal with that problem now. I have 2 Energon cubes on me.
Okay, is Phoenix still here, though? I can't...
Negative.
Oh, great. I was supposed to get on Phoenix. He must have had to leave. My understanding is there were certain protocols Drift said that would happen if anything happened to the station, just in case.
Addie, do you know if everyone was able to get to the Phoenix to evacuate?
No, I don't know. I'm sorry. I was in the lab, and I was just finishing up, doing one project, and then Drift came running in, and that's when the lights and everything all happened too, and there was a lot of commotion. I had to hide with the blaster, and I heard a lot.
You did a good job, Addie.
I don't know. I should have fought, but it sounded like...
You're not a combatant, Addie. Fighting would have only caused them to gain the Requiem Blaster.
I guess so.
You did the right thing. Now, you leave the rest to us.
Oh, okay. Where should I go for now, or do I just stay with you guys?
Stay close to me, Addie.
Alright, I'm going to give you control of her icon, so you can just tag her with you. Very good. Save settings. Now you should have control of her.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring her down here so it's easier.
So, Tick is in the passageway hidden right now with Scamper, so he's safe there. You hear Wavelength kind of... She turns and you hear her take a... And Addie's like, what was that? And
Wavelength, play nice.
Oh, this is that smell. She doesn't smell so bad in person now. This pot's interesting. He keeps sniffing at her, and Addie's like, I'm a little uncomfortable with this.
Gilgamesh, there are 3 locations on the station that I'm concerned about. One being the server room, 2 being the lab, and 3 being the minicons.
Addie chimes in. Drift did say something about the minicons. He built a, not ejection system, but it would transport them immediately to Phoenix or eject them from the station into a safe location. I don't know what happened, though. I remember that. But that's all I remember.
Well, I can move silently back towards the lab if you want to make your way over to the server room.
The quickest way to the server room is through the labs.
Then I guess I'll be going to the minicons.
Alright. Well, I guess, like, what's the pathway that we're taking here? Because it sounds like we're going to be going in a linear line.
Well, you have your choices. Labs are up to the north side of the map, as the minicons are southward.
Yeah. To the lab, which will then lead into the server room there, and the minicons buses are down here.
Yeah, so if anything, I'll be going down this route.
Yeah. So it depends on which person you want to support, Gilgamesh. Depends on which path you want to go through.
Well, getting over to medical is also a priority for him, so he'll probably go through the lab to check the minicons and then...
The minicons are down below, the lab is up.
Minicons are over here.
The fastest route is below for the minicons, and it's also right next to medical.
Yeah, so that's where I'm going.
So you'll probably be heading down there with Overload then, while I head up for the lab.
Yep.
So, 2 of you are going south, 1's going north. I'm assuming you're going to progress down there?
Yeah.
Before we start moving, I would like to command Wavelength to Power Link.
As she does, she looks at you. Really? You think we need that now?
The Black Station is compromised. Unknown entities.
All right.
Overkill. Best strategy.
You two, Overload, Gilgamesh, you briefly see this. She launches out in front of him, flips forward, and then she's kind of hovering there for a second, but she actually separates into 3 different parts. And one part attaches to his front chest plate, giving him a little bit more. And his arms, suddenly he has 2 what looks like mini rail guns on each arm with claws that extend out onto, like, they almost look like predator claws that pop out as well, giving him a little bit more.
Why does he get the cool toys?
He just kind of thumps you with one of his claws because you never asked.
So you're saying you can do that too?
Yeah. Both carbine
All
and...
minicons are able to Power Link with their chosen.
Really?
It is the choice of the minicon who they Power Link with.
Gilgamesh, Overload, you both do see a little symbol on the front of Void Striker now. It's very similar to yours. But this one shades in orange and kind of fluctuates a little bit. And it's Wavelength who has given him the ability to use minicon tech more. Just like you two. And he just kind of, he taps you. What, do you want me to do that now too? You've been handling things on your own pretty well.
Considering the state I'm in, it's probably good to have it as a backup card.
He's like, all right, you asked for it. He kind of flies out in front of you. He expands his wings. He's not flapping. He's just hovering there. His wings come off. His body separates around and wraps around your back and comes to the front of you. And you've got this accent of these bright orange feathering coming around your arms. The wings come attached onto each part of your arm, extending out like long blades. But you notice they're kind of warm feeling. And you notice that they're kind of ignited with flame as you move about. And you feel a lot stronger and a lot more powerful than before. And you see the wings, the feathers. You flex just a little bit and they go fling. And he's like, oh, be careful with those. Those do shoot out. You hear this in your head because he's joined with you.
Well, I can definitely say I'm not rejuvenated, but that is definitely a power boost.
You feel all your health, everything, your body, you feel everything return. Carbine looks at you, Gilgamesh, kind of in her little cat form, little cat form, and she goes, you want me to do that too? Because you might feel a little better afterwards. She's kind of like,
he just has a little smirk, just, Not yet. When the
Okay.
time's right.
Okay. Let me know when you want to. She's kind of eager. She's like, I've been kind of keeping that a secret.
Now I'm definitely feeling rejuvenated.
Overload, you look a little more buffer than normal. Void Striker, you definitely look a little more buffer than you normally are too. You're just a little furrier, and Addie's like, interesting look, soft. And you, in your head, Void Striker, why is she touching me?
You'll get used to it.
She does have a nice touch. I will accept this for now. So, with all that's happened now, we will go to Gilgamesh and Overload. You two make your way to what would be your sparring room, battle room, practice room. You notice the doors are kind of scorched and marked up as you go in. As you step in, the door to medical seems to be you can hear them opening and closing. In your optics, though, you can see what looks like a trail of energon. Kind of looks like puddling out from the doorway. And the door just...
Against his better judgment, he is actually going to rush over to the door to medical.
As you step there, you see Felix with a blast hole through his back. He's gray and black, and he's dead. Overload, you see the same thing. You hear the door just on his body trying to close. It looked like he was trying to run.
He's gonna kind of move Felix into the room as he goes in, and he's looking around medical. Is there anyone else in here?
You both, I'm assuming you both step in. You move Felix's body out of the way, and you can see the blast went through and through. You see nobody else in there. You see where Sky should have been. It looks like something happened. Like something... Either she fought to get out of it, or something happened. You can't really tell too well. Oops. What that? What this? Sorry, I'm trying to move map around. There we go.
So there's clear signs of a struggle and a fight.
Yeah, you see that the door to the lounge area to the medical is closed. The one up north that goes into where the minicons will be is... you can see it's closed too. But it doesn't... It looks like something happened, like she fought to get out of the chair she was in. And she burst out or something.
So, in terms of the damage in the room, it looks like it started from the inside rather than from the outside.
Yes. I will tell you that, yes. Oops.
He's staring at the bed where Sky would have been, and then he turns his attention to the minicon door. Is it still closed?
Yeah, that one, this one right here is still closed.
He's gonna go to it and attempt to open it.
You step to the door and you notice it, and it stops like it's only open a little bit. Like you could put your hands in there, but that's as far as it opened, and it just stopped.
He looks to Overload. Hey, give me a hand with this.
Sure, I can spare one.
Yeah, open the jar of pickles, will you?
So, rip
Alright.
that baby open.
So, with your current strength, I'm not even going to have you roll Overload. If it was Gilgamesh, I would have had him roll. Overload, you pull the door open like it's really nothing because this newfound strength and size you have. Plus, you have Aegis aiding you. You pull it open, you just... and it stays open. You guys step in, Aegis and Carbine are like, they're not here. And I need you to both make a perception check, and this will be with advantage.
18.
21.
Nice. You all see this, and Carbine gets down, and she looks at the floor. It looks like they moved out of here, and she gestures toward where the hangar is. And she points out the scrape marks from what looks like the wheels or whatever was lifting them wasn't fully lifting, and it was quick, and they got them out of there. She goes, they must have gotten them out of here quickly. Carbine and Aegis kind of stop and they look at each other while they're looking around down there. Because they're using everything you guys see, and they can point out things through your optics. They go, hey, we're picking up a signal. Carbine kind of looks. Aegis is looking through your optics, Overload, since you're way up. And he goes, yeah. And in your optics, Overload, you see there's a pinging, very weak pinging signal not too far away. But it's very weak. Even Carbine, she kind of projects that to you, Gilgamesh, and she goes, do you see that? And she's pointing. She goes, that's in the secondary comms area where in between the server rooms.
Well, let's not waste any time then. Let's move in that direction.
So as you guys move up, that door to that room up north of you is closed, and this one right here is closed, and it doesn't open, and it flashes red as you get close to it, indicating it's locked down.
Are there any signs of anyone inside? If a lockdown's been triggered, it must have been triggered from the inside, right?
I might have a way around that. Because what I would like to ask is I'll show it. Because I have divine sense, so I can sense stuff within 60 feet. As long if it's a celestial fiend or undead, and again, because no clear indication of what bots are too.
You wouldn't detect anything. Well, you pick up something of a, I will classify it as like a fiend type bad guy in a sense. You do detect, because within a certain range you are picking up certain things that are close by, and they are not registering ahead of you in that room. They're registering through the door that's closed to the lounge area from the mini-cons area.
Didn't pick up anything up ahead, but There is something over here. And it's bad.
Alright.
Carbine has hopped down off your shoulder, and she's got her ear to the door, and she goes, you can see her like turning her head, and her tufts on her head are just twitching away as she's got her head up against the door like she's listening. And she goes, I hear something. I'm not sure what though. It sounds painful. I'm not sure. I can hear movement though, and it's not a lot. And you see her tufts perk up for a moment. Wait a minute. That sounded like Drift. I think they're in trouble in there. I think they're hurt.
Is there any way we can get the door open?
You can do an investigation to see if there is some kind of panel or something you can do.
Well, I would hope there's a panel at least, but let's find out.
Even with guidance, I don't think I'm going to be able to help.
Nope.
Damn, if only I was close enough for Flash of Genius.
And you guys can't really communicate with each other either. Even with Carbine's help, she goes, I don't think I can open this either. Maybe some brute strength. And she kind of looks up at you with her big caracal eyes toward you, Overload. And she kind of like
I was
gestures.
already on it.
He just steps to the side.
All right. This time you
Oh,
will
yeah.
have, you and Aegis are going to have to roll a good strength check to do this.
Well, what I was going to say was,
Or-
I was going to ask Aegis, these feathers, they can go really hot, yeah?
Yes.
I don't think that would matter because you're trying to break into the heart of the Black Station, the most heavily secured part of it.
Because I was kind of hoping like I could like melt a part of it, so that way it's easier to like grab into.
We're gonna lightsaber cut our way through the door.
Yeah,
You-
that's kind of what I was
you-
going for.
You hear him, well, you could very well. I mean, I am pretty hot. And you just see Carbine just roll her optics. Oh, God.
So I want to go ahead and steer into the door, preferably the right way to like open it.
All right. So that's literally just down the middle of it on this one. So you're going to
Okay,
stick
so
the
it's-
feathers in there. And
Yep.
you hold them still. I will tell you the first part of it starts to, you can see it getting red hot. And he goes, ooh, I didn't think. I don't know if you can handle this heat. And he starts to heat up. You can feel the intensity, but he keeps it very focused to the feathers for you. And you can see them extend out even further. You can start to see the door to slowly melt in between where the locking mechanisms would be. And he hits kind of a tough spot. He goes, okay, this one's a little different. I don't know what that is I'm cutting into, and it's not working very well.
Don't worry, we just need to get a good grabbing point.
He tries to help you cut. He goes, I don't have enough in me to do this. Whatever that is, you're going to have to strong arm it kind of thing. And you can see him, you can feel it, you feel it. You can feel him really struggling to try and keep it focused. And he kind of, I'm sorry, I just can't do it anymore.
Yeah, which I'll pull back the feathers. Don't worry, I just needed a good foothold, which I'll go ahead and grab at the melted opening.
All right, now you're going to have to do your strength. And you will have a very strong advantage.
And then with guidance as well. So 16.
Is it really 16? Is it really 16 when you got a mini-con attached to your body? That gives you 5 more than that.
My strength.
Uh-huh.
Oh, so I get
Yours
okay. So
is
I get a
unique to
bonus
you.
of strength as well.
Yep, you get strength bonus.
So then 21.
With that, you start to pry that door open. It's a struggle, and you're sitting there fighting with it. You start to hear the metal give, and it's just, and you can feel it just starting to pull and give. You're pulling with all your might. Even Aegis starts to glow a bit, giving you more strength and more power. Gilgamesh, you're seeing this. You can kind of feel a bit of heat coming off of Aegis more where he's attached. And even Carbine's like, okay, he's getting a little warm. I don't need to send.
He's standing back at least like a a fair distance, but he's got his energon pistol at the ready in case something happens to pop out from the door, trying to catch him by surprise.
With that, the doors rip open, and you see a dark room again with pulsing red lights. But before you see anything else, we're going to flip the Void Striker. Now, Void Striker, you're going to come through that lab door right down there, right?
Yes, this one here.
Addie's like, yeah, I was in the farthest one closest to the storage room. You notice that your lab looks like it was trashed. And she kind of lets you know, yeah, I heard a lot of stuff being thrown around. Oh no, they destroyed some of the equipment. I was going to use that. And she's kind of complaining about it. She goes, you notice some of the doors look like they've been kicked really hard as they were going through. You notice to your right, though, the comm door looks like it had been not ripped open, but blown open, like somebody shot through it.
I go through the lab after. I'm going to go into the command room.
As you step in, you see Varish is slumped over the console. He's dripping energon.
Is there a slight spark signal at all?
You notice he still has some color to him. He doesn't look good, though. But he's got you can see it easily. He's been shot. He doesn't look in great shape, though. And you know by the state of him, he probably won't survive. He's got his head toward you. His optics kind of flicker on. And he starts to speak, but he doesn't raise himself up or anything. Void Striker. I am...
And cure wounds.
You start to try to do this, and he... Not time. Traitor. She betrayed us. Traitors. Read us, traitor. She... And he kind of loses it for a moment. He's out for a few moments. And he kind of jolts back up, and you see sparking coming off of him. And he looks over at you again. Minicons safe. Others unknown. Feel cold. And you see his optics are flickering in and out. She betrayed us. And he goes offline. Wavelength.
But does he, though?
Wavelength kind of gets down and she goes, I think he's just in standby. She kind of taps him. Yeah, he's still here. I think he's just in bad enough shape. He just can't really respond right now. Addie's like, you're kind of cold about this, aren't you? What? He's still alive. Sort of. She kind of
We can save him properly when the station is secured.
Wavelength just pops right back onto you like nothing happened. And she goes, there, I'm back. Sorry. But Addie walks over. He is pretty bad, but he might make it. And she kind of checks him. Addie's like, but the rest are, I don't know about the rest. As you look around, you notice the server room doors are locked. And you try to get near them and they flash red. Addie's like, I think they might be in there. And she says, I don't know. Again, I was in the labs.
I'm going to directly connect to the doors panel.
All right. Let's see.
And I would like to open it with my command code.
Your command code goes in. Let me see. What do I want to have you roll for this? What do I need to have you roll for this? Like you're hacking your own system, but you're not. I need to have a success rate here. Hang on. I got an idea. Okay, your code works. The door...
Couldn't figure out what to roll, huh?
My brain. The door pops open, but it does not open. So all you have to do is just grab it and slide it open.
Yeah, I'll grab it and pull it open.
Wavelength kind of like, I'm gone for how long, and you get yourself into all kinds of trouble. I was hoping to play around in the lab. And
I'm gonna walk into the server room.
You walk in, you notice it's dark in there, pulsing lights, but you notice the servers are still running. They're still functioning. Doesn't look like anything happened there.
Alright. That's good to know. Proceed on, because sub command room would have access to the security files. That's if this door will open for me.
You want to try your little code again?
Yes.
I will tell you, it will not work this time. It like at you kind of thing. At this time, though, even Wavelength kind of hears this, but Addie doesn't. She's not receptive enough to hear it. You two can hear what sounds like something melting or burning and then ripping metal.
Gonna go investigate, which is this way.
You want to try your code on that door too?
Yes.
I will tell you you're successful on that one.
Cool. And then into the minigun room.
And as you do, you see these two jokers have made it this far, and they have messed up one of your doors really badly.
Please tell me it was at least a struggle to get in through the door.
First layer, not so much. Second one, that one was a bit tougher.
Acceptable.
So, as you're all three standing there, you guys can see into the room a bit. You see Drift laying there. Energon pool under him.
I'm immediately gonna run in for...
And as you do, Void Striker, you look over to the right, and behind the one console, you see Kiara, who's in
I'm immediately doing Aura Vitality.
Can you... How many... Are you doing that just to one of them? Or wait.
It's Aura Vitality.
Never mind. I just read it.
Yeah, it's everyone within the vicinity that he chooses.
And once Gilgamesh sees Kiara, he's gonna run over to her and try to help her.
You see that Void Striker... Actually, you will all see this because you're in this little room right now. Drift is... And both Drift and Kiara are in bad shape. Kiara looks a mess. Like she got the crap kicked out of her, and it looks like somebody stabbed her or cut her on her side really badly.
He'll
And
do whatever he has to stabilize her.
Drift looks like he was stabbed in the back. Carbine is down, and she's looking with you. Wavelength, through your optics, Void Striker is analyzing it. She goes, "This is an odd pattern." And you notice she changes her tone just a little bit.
What was that? You went a bit quiet for me, Matrix.
Oh, sorry. Wavelength has used your optics. She's looking through your optics, and she does an analysis of Drift, and she goes, this cut is very strange. And she kind of goes really quiet, like she's just slid off, like she silently said it, and it kind of drifted off. Carbine is looking at it. This is what happened to him, and she's trying to get Drift away. You notice in the wall near the north door, there's one of his like thin blades stuck in the wall, like he threw it. And Carbine's like, "That's pretty high up. I can't reach that." But what happened? You see some scorch marks through the doorway, but it looks like they closed the door before anybody else could get in or something.
Gilgamesh.
He's busy like staring at Kiara, but he's listening.
Vash was active still. He is now in stasis. Shockwave might have done something to Sky.
He's gonna pick up Kiara if he can and try to move her to at least someplace a little bit safer.
You guys are all
This room is currently one of the safest rooms. There's only one way in, and Overload Connect is a door.
Well, I mean, basically take her over to medical because, like, they're obviously gonna need a little bit more help than just the aura vitality.
As you go to start picking her up, you don't need to even make a perception. It is so quiet in the station. You hear steps, and you hear a door open and close, and you hear a voice. "Who's in here? Show yourself now."
Gilgamesh will walk out with Kiara in his arms.
And
I wouldn't do that. Okay.
You step out, you see one of these Decepticon drones. He puts his rifle up. "Who are you?" "Won't matter."
His eyes begin to glow red. Good. There's someone here to tell me what I want to know. He's gonna slowly put down Kiara, just kind of along the back, like along the wall.
Oh, maybe there's. I'm guessing that was Star. Yeah.
Yeah, it was Galaxy.
Oh.
He puts down Kiara, and he starts slowly walking towards this drone.
Stop
he is
there.
burning
Yeah.
with fury.
The drone tries to take a shot at you, but he's kind of nervous, and he shoots right past your head. I'm assuming you don't even flinch.
My mage armor's still up from the fight.
Wouldn't matter. He misses you anyway. He rolled so low. That's why. He tried to take a shot. He's... Stand down! Lord Shockwave's orders. Now! And you can see him, like, charging up the gun again. You're fairly close to him at this point.
Oh, hang on. I gotta do something real quick because I accidentally misclicked something on Roll20.
What do you misclick?
I accidentally closed a window. It's fine.
Oh, you can't see nothing now. Oh no.
So I know I can do this in my other form. The tentacles are going to unravel from the wheels on his back, and I'm swinging at him with the intent to grab. So first one's a 15.
You got him with it. And...
Okay. So he's gonna be taking, in addition to me grappling him, 31 damage.
Ouch. He kind of falls to his knees, and he's trying to hold on to the blaster, but at this point, it's kind of just like hanging there in his hand. It's not even.
Oh, he's getting squeezed until he drops that.
Yeah,
his arm will be squeezed until he drops his weapon.
It's literally just hanging on his fingers because he can't. It's like just hanging there, and you can see him. And he drop. You can see it kind of fumble from his fingers, and hit as it hits the ground. Lord,
I have a question, Matrix.
Yeah.
Would I have stabilized Drift?
At this point, both Kiara and Drift are stable, but they are still hurt really badly.
Alright, because fixing them is not that much of a priority. I am definitely coming up with Gilgamesh, though.
Oh, crap.
So once he has him grappled, he's going to just walk to the wall and press him against it.
As you
just
do,
slamming him into the wall. Start talking.
I will never tell you anything. Lord Shockwave would kill me first.
What do you think I'm going to do to you?
As I walk out, Matrix, I'm going to use Disguise Self to make myself look like I did in my Decepticon days.
You see
I'm pissed. They fucked with my station.
You see this drone look over. You can't be alive. I must be already dead. And who are you?
Oh, no. Not yet. But I'll remind you that you're still alive, and he's going to squeeze him a little bit harder.
Okay, so I want to do something to fuck with this guy. I don't want to roll for this. This is not intimidation, but I'm purposely going to walk behind Overload, because in my Decepticon I'll be slightly smaller, and as I do, I'm going to disguise self again to make myself look like Ripperdoc.
Oh, shit. This guy's optics go even wider, not just from being squeezed, but now from looking at him and going, oh crap, I am so screwed. He's freaking out a bit more. I still won't tell you anything. And he's
going, so at this point he's going to remove him from the wall, and he's going to force him to his knees in front of Ripperdoc.
Anything but this.
You better
I'm
start
gonna
talking.
slightly scrape his face. I don't particularly need you to talk.
He's gonna, with his hand, he's gonna grab his head and he's gonna turn it to give Void Striker access to his neural port.
Ooh. Oh god.
And with looking him dead in the eye, I'm gonna immediately jack in.
Void Striker, you enter into his memory state. What is it you want to look for in there right now?
I would like to go to his recent memories. The siege of the station.
You rewind to a point, and it's like you're standing there as this three-dimensional layout plays out. you get to a point where you get to where he steps out through a portal, but it's in a hallway. You know where this hallway is. It's right where the memorial is, your mausoleum, where your body was. But it's just outside that set of doors. And you see him step through, but you can't seem to access anything before that. It just rewinds and stops, rewinds and stops. You see a bunch of bots step through, a lot of drones. And so there is a fair number of them in the station, or at least has been, because you're only encountering one so far. You see him walking around. He turns the corner and opens the reactor door. You see Blend at one of the consoles. And he turns, and you see Blend run like he's going to hit a button or just try to get away, and this thing shoots him through the back. The tiny little Blend gets blown apart. And you hear this bot walking up to him. That was too easy. Enjoyable. Hey guys, come take a look at this. And two other bots come into view. They're another set of drones. They all look alike. And they're like, oh, that was small. I wouldn't even count that. And so they make their way. And they go, hey, let's check through here. They all arm up. You can see the two bots that joined him in front of him in his view. As they walk through, they come around the corner and you see Kevin step out from the kitchen. Hey guys, what was that? And before he can even respond, the three of them open fire on Kevin. And he is shot multiple times and killed. You see his body fall to the ground, energon leaking out all over the place. His optics go blank. And he turns gray. At this point, they make their way through all the rooms. They find nobody. It looks like everybody else has jetted out of there. They catch sight of something small running through a door to the south part of the lounge. That would be the medical room. So they head down there. They open the doors. They see Sky strapped to this chair and everything, and in this encasement. And Felix, you can see him down near the other end trying to figure out what's going on. And he turns. Oh no. And he starts to run and they shoot him. One of them shoots him through the back. It's the same one you got a hold of right now. Then one of the bots looks down and they see the little one. She's kind of fallen and she's scampering back. She's scared. She's frightened. They proceed forward. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. As one of them lifts her foot, goes to slam his foot down, and suddenly the screen goes, like, everything goes black. You don't see anything in the memory now. It's all gone. For just a second. As they come to, you see the one, get it off me, get it off me. You hear shots being fired. You see things going around. The one bot goes, it got away. I think it took the other one. You can see in the memory comes back up. You can see his, like he's wiping his optics. What was that thing? You see looking around that this thing goes, the one that's in the chair is gone. You still see Felix's body in the memory. We'll go back to the other. Let them know. And you see them walk out of the room. And they kind of go up. And as they were getting up so far, they were going down to the kitchen area. Hey, let's go get some of that food they had. Looked really good. As they were proceeding, one of them, the one you have, heard a noise, and he goes, "I'm gonna go check out this other earth. Thought I heard something funny." And he walked in, and that's where you see Gilgamesh standing there with Sky in his arms. And now you have him.
Yep, I'm going to check out of the fort.
Well,
Going to change my hand into a buzzsaw and just go straight across his throat.
The bot goes black within the squeeze.
Once he goes gray, he's just gonna just drop him. Just let the metal just hit the floor.
He has 2 more friends in the kitchen.
Oops. Oh.
And that one killed Felix.
the one on the floor.
Yes.
Don't mind me. I'm just doing something. There we go.
Wish I knew that before you buzzed him.
I'm just gonna look at Overload while holding an energy on cube. You'll think he's only going to die once for this?
Then by all means.
And I'm bringing him back.
Oh god! This bot,
So
you see,
I
kind of reanimates, and he's sitting there. What just happened? Uh-oh. And he just sees you three menacing bots standing there.
One of many deaths that he will succumb.
Oh. And you can see him reach for his throat. Oh. Oh no. He's starting to take...
I'm gonna look towards Void. It's probably better off that I be the last one, though. So, if you got another pent-up aggression, go ahead.
Do you mind turning Aegis into your shield mode?
Aegis?
Gladly. And he immediately flips back, but he just flips right into the shield, right onto your arm.
I'm going to chain him to the front of the shield.
Oh my god! Oh! Okay.
He has friends in the kitchen. Go say hi.
Oh crap.
Probably.
Oh.
In which the door is open. Wait,
At this...
no, the door wouldn't be open. It would be
no,
closed.
the door
as
is...
I approach,
the door opens slowly. You see the lounge area with your night vision. It's dark in there. You've got this drone chained to your chest. Or Aegis
onto the shield.
Yeah,
I'm sure Aegis is gonna love what's happening, considering
it's
not really gonna affect Aegis that much.
And I'm gonna also have my shotgun ready since I'm gonna need range for this.
As you step in, you can see down the hall Kevin's body. You also, as you pass by the reactor room, where I just call it the reactor, it's the power room, you see Blenn's little body in pieces. You hear voices up in the kitchen. I wonder what's taking him so long. I don't know. Do we have to go get him again?
I'm still in Ripper Duck mode, so I'm purposely going to do some of the horror movie scrapes on the ground with my tool hands.
You hear... What was that?
You ready to greet your friends again?
Do you have his mouth gagged at least?
Oh, I would have absolutely fucking welded his mouth shut.
See, there we go. That's even more brutal. So this guy...
I'll take that as a yes.
So you hear down the kitchen area this noises, and you feel the shield kind of shaking. It's not Aegis. And you hear Aegis kind of in your head, Overload. I wish he would stop shaking. He's really annoying.
He's gonna stop. He's gonna stop soon.
You're going the wrong way, Melissa.
Go
Oh.
toward Kevin. There you go.
Okay, so
I didn't even
okay,
look
so
at the
we're
map.
here.
Sorry, I've been looking up at the ceiling thinking.
I never
Yeah,
been in this
they're
area,
in
so I
here.
didn't know. Yeah,
That's
I never
yeah.
went into this area, so I didn't know that's the kitchen.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't have things labeled like that. Sorry. Too bad. Deal.
I've memorized where things are, so it's alright.
As you all approach down there, you see Kevin's. He didn't even have a chance. He's riddled with holes. There's no coming back. These two are like, it's probably nothing. We've pretty much damaged a lot of stuff in here looking for that stupid weapon. That.
I'm purposely going to make the scrapings a bit louder now that we're closer.
Okay, now I heard that. You could see one of them has gotten up from the stool at the counter, and they're like, they literally pigsty.
Can I do a thing?
Absolutely, let's
Yeah,
do it.
it's like, I'm gonna stop it now. Let's have some fun.
So in front of the doorway, I'm going to cast darkness.
Oh it's gonna make it even
Yes!
darker. You won't even see the red flashing. It's not even bright.
And it's gonna be like a seeping darkness that is just at the front of the entryway.
Oh god. Okay. I can see where this is gonna go. Okay.
We're absolutely fucking horror moving these guys.
With the scraping sounds you keep making, the one turns, dude, we got a problem. And they both grab their blasters. One's on they're both standing there and they're aiming. What the heck is that? Do we shoot it? I don't know.
The fog's right here, yeah?
Yeah.
What about
Yep.
this? Cool.
So
I'm
you
just gonna go ahead and stand here then.
as you
And
stand
I'm gonna make it noticeably loud, like something's there. And I'm holding the
Good
shield out.
thud.
As you do, let's see if these guys. Wow. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You know, to add to the effect, I want to let some sparks out through the darkness into the room they're in.
You panic them and they fire, but literally Overload the shots. I know what your AC is. Even
Oh, no,
with
I'm not.
No,
I'm not trying to get them to hit me. I'm trying to get them to hit their guy.
They don't hit it at first. They miss the first 2 times from each of them. They're panicked right now. You're like, what the heck is that? Is it something there? I don't know. Let's shoot it again.
I'm
And
gonna start making clicking noises with my tools.
oh god, is it one of those things he was working on? You know, those things creep me out. So they take a shot. One of them hits not Aegis, but the drone, and Aegis is like, oh, he didn't like that. He's squirming. You can feel the arm moving, just a little bit vibration from this guy
I'm
squirming
gonna
in pain.
purposely make it sound like they hit the creature.
Oh god! The other one opens fires, and hits him too. Now they're just blindly shooting at the center of this, where you got this. They fire again, but they miss. It passes right by your head, Overload. You just like, it's not gonna even phase you. They fire again. They miss again. They fire one more time, and they just start opening up. And I'm gonna just do a big general couple rolls.
This is probably
here.
more fun than it should be.
And I will tell you, the last 2 hits, these guys are just just full autos, and just he riddles the shield. And Aegis is like, ow, ooh, you hurt me. That's all you hear, Overload. He's like,
Dave, I think now would be the perfect time to drop the darkness.
It is concentration, so I can drop it any time I choose.
I'm just gonna hold my shotgun out as well.
So you're dropping.
So yeah, Yep, I'm going to slowly
I was hoping you'd do this.
let it dissipate.
As you slowly let it dissipate, it kind of falls like a curtain coming off the rod, and it's just kind of falling to the floor slowly. As you do, these bots are standing, these two drones, and they got the guns, and you see Overload. You can kind of see past Aegis, and you can see their optics go wide, and they realize they've literally riddled this bot so many shots that his torso falls off the shield and his limbs are just hanging there, and his head are just
Sorry,
hanging.
you missed.
What the? Oh shit! Okay, that I'm going to say with the spread, because I know what that shotgun spread is like.
It's gonna hit both of them.
Yeah. They get
That's the whole purpose.
knocked back a few feet with this and are hurt both equally with the amount.
If only this counted with my divine smite. Oh well.
Oh my god, that beats. Oh, Jesus Christ. Although you have advantage on them right now, they're so freaking spooked. You see...
High five, Dave. High five.
Yeah.
You see another shot.
That's teamwork.
Rips through them again. And they're both hurting, but they're still up. They're trying to raise up
Are
the
they still
rifles.
both up?
Yep, they're still both up.
Are they?
Okay. You rip them apart. like arm, leg, head. Take apart. You know.
Still got my auto turrets.
Yeah,
Or free action.
You just hear Aegis giggling away. He goes, "Should I be evil laughing at this right now?" And he's really kind of seriously thinking.
I mean, they're making us the villain in this scenario, so.
I don't think we're the villain this time. And he's saying this out loud for all of you to hear. I go, he's like, I think we're more than just anything like a villain or a hero at this point. I think we're more than that. I think we're vengeance
There
at this point.
could still be more of them on the station.
Well, I'm just gonna go, confirm the kill.
What, you just gonna stomp in their spark chambers?
Oh, yeah.
Aegis is like, can you get this thing off of me now, or at least what's left of it? Because he's still got the arms.
Oh, yeah.
You can just
You
shake
mind
it.
reviving him one more time?
He could do it himself, just heat himself up enough to the point that it starts melting and drops.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, do you want to revive him one more time? And this will be his final one.
Oh, God.
No, what's the waste of the energon? We have other people we could use that energon on to bring back, like Kevin.
Well, I wanted to ask, did we by chance level up, like within our solo sessions?
You might.
That would have been nice to know ahead of time if we did.
Give it time. Be patient.
Because there's a very special reason why I want to know. Because if so, I get 3rd level spells, and I could revive them.
Well, you get access to revivify yourself.
Be patient. Be patient.
Damn.
It's okay.
Man, I want to melt him.
He has friends.
There's
There's
probably
definitely
more on the station.
Oh, there's no probably. There's definitely more.
Oh. Yeah.
So, I'd like to turn to my two compatriots, Gilgamesh and Overlord, and just go, shall we seek and destroy?
Are we?
I'm all for it.
You guys seek and destroy. I'll stay with Drift and Kiara.
I need you, before you all move, make a perception check real quick.
Perception. Wow. 22.
There's an at 20 if I have advantage.
Guidance.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh.
18.
All right, so you all notice something stuck to the wall just as you were exiting the kitchen overload. You catch it real fast too. It's got a kind of a funny little shape there, and it looks like it's got some kind of timer on it. And it doesn't make any beeping sounds. It's just you see the timer ticking down.
Oh, it's a bomb.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, I'm going out, grabbing Kevin's body, and diving out of the way.
Well, the timer states on it that you have 15 minutes.
I'd like to
Okay.
attempt to disarm the bomb
Okay.
with using, right tools for the job.
All right.
So, create
Go
some
ahead and
tools
try.
to disarm.
Let's see if you can do this.
What would you like me to roll?
Let me see. What do I need to have you roll for this?
Would it be intelligence to disarm a bomb?
It might require.
Mm,
I'm gonna.
You're gonna have to be very fine. You gotta be finesse with this a little bit, though.
Would it be sleight of hand?
Let's try sleight of hand, because intelligence, you know how to disarm a bomb, but to actually do it, you smartass.
I think I did it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, you're able to get into this bomb, and you're sitting there. Okay, you know everything. You got inside of it. Suddenly, there's another.
You do
tick.
know someone who's pretty adept at using thieves' tools.
So am I. I'm proficient in thieves' tools
Yeah,
as well.
it's like you both got backups on each.
But
other.
I think I might have a higher proficiency.
I have a plus 12
Plus 13. I beat you.
by 1.
Like Void Striker, you do notice this bomb is similar to ones that you've encountered with shockwaves materials and stuff, but there's something a little different with this one. This seems to have a second level of authentication, kind of like to disarm it in some way.
So what I'm hearing is I might need a higher number.
Yes. Oh, you will.
You sure?
You're still gonna need a higher number for it.
Guidance.
You guys are really
So is
good
that a
at it.
D4?
Yeah.
I got a 1.
Fuck.
I would have said if you got at least a 3, I would have.
But do I have advantage because I'm power linked with my minicon?
Wavelength is like. This
But
is new tech.
There is something that I technically is not added to that role. I've created the right tools for the job, so tools specifically for disarming.
If his
Which I'm
minicon can't
proficient
assist
for.
him, I should be able to assist him in this because I'm also proficient in this.
Yes,
So if
you-
Let me
if he
finish
can't
my
get
run real
advantage
quick.
through his minicon, I should be able to give him
What if he heard
advantage.
that?
Let me finish my thing real quick. I've created the tools, which I have tool expertise, so I have proficiency in that. I'm expert in these tools, which means I also get a plus 8 on top.
I want you to roll me a dexterity.
What?
Ooh.
Pure dexterity or dexterity save?
No, just straight dexterity.
What? The Gilg or Gilgamesh or me?
No, you, Void Striker.
Alright.
Hey,
Wavelength.
22.
Wavelength kind of looks very nice, but you need to be careful with that. That's unfamiliar tech unless you've learned something I haven't. And you notice that you've noticed there's 3 lights on it, that one has gone out. And there's 2 others still, and the timer is still sitting there.
There are potentially 2 more bombs. I'm going to give the a guide on how to disarm to both Overload and Gilgamesh, so if they attempt it, they can have advantage.
So, with that bomb technically sitting there, somewhat disarmed, you have 2 other bombs on this station. Where are they?
Overload, I suggest your priority be search and destroy enemy bots. Gilgamesh, you got the bomb?
I mean, I have a quick solution to that.
I was
What would
waiting
that be?
for it. I know he's got something.
Locate object.
I was waiting for him to do it. I was like, wait a minute.
Locate what? Locate their firearms?
Locate the
I was
bomb.
gonna say locate the bombs.
Yeah, that too.
How far
I
is
was
that
just gonna ask you what was your most structurally deficient section of the station that might give way if it was placed with a bomb. Like
Crew quarters.
Yeah, that's where he'd probably go start looking on his own.
So
Then I guess
overload.
I'll go and find the other one.
Well, if you can locate object, do you want to use locate object? Or are you going to play with locate object? How far does locate object work?
1,000 feet. If I describe or name an object that I'm familiar with, I get the direction of the object's location,
Well,
as long as it's within 1,000 feet. And
well,
considering we have the bomb right
Yep.
here, I'm now quite familiar.
Yep. So you want to do that?
Yeah. So locate object, and that's using my second level spell.
All right. So sorry, I'm doing something real quick. Too.
And although I might not be able to disarm the bomb, I can at least guide the ones who can.
So
Hey, you tell me what the bomb is and protect me on my way there. I'll disarm it.
as you do, you ping. One of them is down the hallway in the crew quarter. The other one is sitting in the reactor room on the main control for it.
Alright. Gilgamesh was right on the one being in the crew quarter. Well, yeah, you were the one correct on the crew quarter. The other one is in the reactor.
Alright. Cover me and I'll disarm it.
So have I spotted it now that I'm?
You would spot it
And-
right away, Gilgamesh. Yeah, it's going to be right
All
there
right.
in front of you. You two end up in the power room, and you guys don't actually see it. You know it's in there. You just don't see it. So you...
I can probably see it,
This is
actually.
my station. I would like to roll a perception roll by scanning the room for any things that aren't meant to be here.
There you go. That's another one, too. So,
I was also going to say, since we know it's in the reactor room, I should be able to see it clearly since it's within 30 feet now.
you see it, and it's in an odd spot. You actually both, when you do your thing, you both spot it instantly.
Did you still want me to roll perception? Because I'll roll it.
Go for it. See what you get. Let's see what you get. Oh, he can't see nothing, so overload, you pointed out to him. It's right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll point out to where exactly it is, not how to get to it, though. So that's on you.
It's underneath the console, and it's seems to be wired in to the power system.
Alright, I'm going to unpower Link with wavelength and give her the tools so she can go in there.
She flips off of you, recombining, and she jumps down. Ooh, I haven't done that in a while. And she's in her little palace cat form. Overload and Aegis, you both are seeing this cat-like form as she walks forward, and Aegis kind of says something out loud, and he's like, "Man, you're kind of chunky." And she stops. At least I'm not a light bulb. And she turns back, and he's like, "Ow."
You can viciously mock each other later. Disarm now.
And you see her transform into this stocky little bot. Overload, you notice that Wavelength isn't as tall as Aegis or Carbine. She's just a little shorter, but she's bulky. And she climbs under, and you see her reaching up, and she's like, she does her hand out like she's Void Striker, like you know what tools she needs, and she's not even.
I'm just going to start giving her the tools as she asks for them.
Okay, that one, and that one. All right. Okay, this is a little trickier. And keep an eye out. This might take me a little longer. This thing is integrated in. Whoever did this. Hey, Aegis? And you hear... Remember those things we used to do when we were back on our home planet? And Aegis kind of... Yeah, you mean the trainings and stuff? He's... Yeah. You remember we were with a couple that... other mini-cons? And this is very similar. And she literally projects it out for everyone to see. And he's like, wait a minute, that's similar to no. At this point, Aegis transforms off of you, Overload, and lands, and he walks over and he's looking at this image, and he's pointing. Wavelength, this, it couldn't be, right? And she keeps working. Most likely, could be. As she's working, you guys are in there. Gilgamesh, you're at the other bomb. You're sitting there looking at this thing. You have everything you need to do. It's almost identical to the first one that was disarmed.
All right, so yeah, just with Carbine just kind of on my shoulder, I'm just gonna just open my wrist for my thieves' tools, and we're gonna nat 20 that thing open.
That's more than a nat 20.
Yes.
Holy crap! I will say, Carbine just like, oh, you don't need my help. I see how it is. Screw you. Mm-hmm. No, she sits there. It's like, very nice. Ooh.
Gilgamesh, you didn't just disarm it. You fucking made it, you bitch.
Yeah, literally within like a few seconds, she goes, "You did that faster than Void Striker. I bet you they're not having too much faster speed than you." Oh my! She's like really admiring your work. She goes, "I'm glad I'm learning how to do this stuff from you. Oh wow, that's it. Oh, that's so easy. Oh, well, you make it look easy." And she's sitting there talking away, and your ear like fascinated by what you're doing. You're like, within a few seconds, you're just boop, the second dot disappears. There's one dot left.
Yeah, with it disarmed, he's just gonna turn and just start making his way back out to the lounge.
As you guys are working on it, Wavelength is still under there. She goes, "All right, I gotta." She's having a little trouble with some of it. She gets to one wire and she goes, "I don't think I can disconnect this safely. Is there a way to power down everything without jeopardizing the station?" It's been a while since I've been here, so I don't know if you...
There is the emergency blackout protocol.
Yeah, but that leaves us all in the dark. And she kind of looks over at you as she slides out a little bit. And she slides back under. If you can get to it, just shut it down. I'll tell you when. We got to do this kind of carefully. And she's just under
that,
there.
I'm going to go over to the other console, power console.
All right. In 3, 2, 1, shut it down.
As I shut it down, I'm going to give a quick text message to Overload and Gilgamesh to magnetize your feed. And I'll hit the button.
As you do...
Gilgamesh will kind of put a hand on Carbine's back as he magnetizes his feet just to make sure she doesn't slip off of him.
You feel her tentacle arms wrap around your arm, and she's holding onto your arm. And she goes, "Oh, here we go again." And you hear the entire station. And it just kind of all suddenly, emergency lights, everything shuts down, but everything starts to kind of lift a little bit. Everything feels way lighter. You notice Wavelength is starting to float a little bit, but she's not moving. She's just sitting there. Okay, okay. And you hear the clip, and she's like, okay, okay. Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Oh. White Striker, how much do you like this station? You can tell she's nervous.
Enough to keep mostly intact.
Okay.
How much time?
The timer just went to 3 minutes.
Can you disconnect that one completely?
I'm trying, and she's breaking her very methodical, like logical mind. She's becoming a little emotional, but she's really keeping it together. You could feel her tension, and she's sitting there. I'm working as fast as I can with this. Come on, and you guys might want to get out of here, just in case. And she keeps
Wavelengths, get out from under the Aegis. Can you completely sever that console from the station?
He looks over. He's like, "You want me to sever it? Are you sure?" And he's like, "Wavelength, I can do this. Just give me it. I just want to be safe." And she's not stopping. Aegis kind of walks over. He grabs her by the legs. "Get out of there now!" And he pulls her out. "You said cut the console, right? Are you sure?" And this is
everything in this station is modular. It can be fixed later, and if it does not work, the station can still power itself.
Wavelength
barely
pops up. "It will still explode. We need to get it outside." And she's...
How many seconds do you think it'll take for it to detonate once it gets disconnected?
And Aegis kind of looks at all you, and his wing blade arm just comes out. He slices it in one swipe, knocking the console loose, and it starts just floating up a little bit, and he transforms instantly this way, and he fires out the door with a bright light, and he's gone. He's whipping through the open door corridors and out. He goes, you hear over your comms, you suddenly hear everything come back to life. "Guys, do you read me?" And
Affirmative.
Crystal.
Overload, you get a little projection on your screen, and you can see Aegis look down at the timer. He goes, I have less than 10 seconds to get this out. He is at the hangar now.
You should have let me do it.
Aegis flies so fast. You've never seen this bird fly. Through your optic view, he flings this just outside the door, and all you hear is, "Oh, this is gonna hurt."
I'm immediately gonna start making my way to the hangar.
The explosion is immense.
Yep, right behind you.
You guys are all magnetized down as you make the run, and you guys all make it to the hangar just as you see Aegis flying backwards toward you all.
With the help of Gilgamesh, can we attempt like a reflex to try and catch him?
Yeah, definitely. He comes flying back at you guys. He's hurt. You know he is because you see a little bit of
I think you've got way better like acrobatics than I do.
Yeah,
Dave,
do you want me to do like a dex save or acrobatics? What do you want me to do?
This would require a bit of acrobatics because you're going to have to catch him.
All right.
You're in 0G at this point because the station is still.
I'm purposely going to be at the back, transform into my dragon, because that way I'm a big target for them to land into.
All right, so as you
17,
and then that's my last slice of genius.
You jump up, Gilgamesh. Is there any particular thing you want to do while trying to catch him? Because he's just kind of coming back. His wings are kind of not folded in, but folded like he's been blasted backwards. So it's like his arms almost.
He's gonna like kind of step back and like jump off of the wall to get the right angle in order for him to intercept him.
All right, you jump up, you catch him. I love this little animation that's going on.
Interactive encounter.
Yeah.
Dave, move your mini. Go catch him. I'll be back here. I'll be back here to catch both of you. Go. Catch
This is
him.
hilarious.
Woo.
As you catch him, you can feel you pull his wings down gently and pull him back. He's out of sorts, but he's hurt a bit. You feel the wings of Void Striker in his dragon form kind of envelop you, like catch you and roll you both, and bring you down to the floor. You're all standing there. He just kind of is laying there for a moment. He's not moving, but he kind of opens his optics. Ow. But that was fun. Carbine wants to hit him. It's like, I'd hit you, but I know you're hurting. Dummy. He transforms into his bot form. You can see he's injured a little bit. He goes,
He'll let him down onto his feet once he's transformed into his bot form.
he kind of looks up at you guys. Sorry, I thought it was the only way. And I know I could take the hit better. And he
You
goes,
did what you thought was necessary.
besides that,
Yeah, but next time you should really leave it to someone who's a bit faster.
faster. Do you see me? And he kind of gestures to himself, and as he does that, he goes, ow.
I'm just gonna, give him a light pat and do that to him.
He looks up at you, kind of like, really? But then he's like, thanks. Let's find the rest of these jokers and take them out. He's already starting to heal up, and he goes, works a little better now, thank you.
Also, I don't have a line of sight for wavelengths, by the way.
You don't? Oh, crap.
No.
Where is she at on my screen?
She's still in the reactor room.
Is she? Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I left her there because in character I wouldn't have stopped to grab her because this was an emergency
Oh, that's why.
situation.
I
Let's do
did
this.
want to ask.
Here,
Yeah,
let's-
it's more of an ask.
Yeah.
I'm fine to radio them.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, I've got it now. Thank you.
There you go. It's something right now. I'll fix it a little more later.
Do you guys mind if I start the party?
Absolutely. Try and leave their T-cogs intact.
As I want to open up this door.
All right, you're gonna have to kind of open it yourself because there's no power unless somebody wants to power it back on. Which wavelength?
I'd start
can
back
do-
on. I need
Nah.
to be back in the reactor room.
But
Nah.
wavelength's in there. If you left her in there, she can turn it
I
back
did.
on. If you want her to, you can have her turn it back on. She knows how.
Honestly, we would have a lot more advantage against the enemy in zero gravity. We can put the artificial gravity back on after. Plus, we can
Okay.
see just fine. They may
Okay.
not be able to.
All right, so the doors just don't have power. They're not. This means they've all become.
Honestly,
unlocked.
damage the station as much as you guys like. There's enough material on the station to fix it later.
As I'm just gonna go ahead and one arm open the door, with the shotgun ready.
As you do, there are 3 bots standing on the other side, drones. They're looking around and they're kind of floating there, like, oh. As one of them's trying to spin around in 0G, trying to get, because they're not close to a wall or anything.
Question: can they
No.
see in the
Alright.
dark?
They can see a little bit, but it's not like you guys.
I
where
would
you
like
can
to point out that they're floating around spinning and all they'll see is just shotgun barrel slightly and
Yep.
glowing eyes in the dark before a bang.
Yeah, and you just hear one of them. Oh, scrap. At this
And I
point-
would say as I am gonna shoot the first one I can, and considering it's dark, I would have the advantage.
Oh yeah, you getting a surprise attack on them as well, because they're like, oh,
And it's a cone.
ouch.
Well, I was gonna have more focus on the one, and then as soon as that was gonna kick off, I was gonna say the perfect sound that would have been good for this scenario is Doom.
Insert the Doom soundtrack. Which Doom soundtrack? The original Doom or 2016 Doom?
Original.
Oh
Yes,
my
8-bit Doom. Let's go.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Because
So-
I was gonna say these guys fucked with a lot of people that were part of my crew. You think I'm gonna let that stand?
Wavelength standing there. Oh, this is most impressive.
And I still have a second attack.
I just
So-
imagine her floating slightly upside down with one hand resting on her elbow
Yeah,
and one on
she's-
the chin.
She's
She's just
literally
going,
just
fascinating.
she's literally just sitting there, just like, this is fascinating. She's just not really afraid of anything right now. She's just watching this.
And I want to say because it's 0G and they're kind of just floating about, would their AC be lowered?
Yeah, it actually.
That
would
also begs
be.
the
How did
question,
you do
because-
that?
Because of the kinetic force of the hit, being hit, would they also take like 1d force damage by hitting the wall behind them?
Yeah, actually, you're right. I forgot about the force because the doors are all closed around them, so they can't even open them. They're not strong enough to actually open these unless, say, 4 to 6 of them got together and actually pulled the doors open. Whereas you guys
Hey,
are a lot
so doesn't
stronger.
it feel great to be strength, boys?
Yeah. So you
Hey,
guys are a lot
no.
stronger. These guys they were just literally drones. They're sent there to do a job. That's it. So, let's see. Jesus Christ, you're screwing them up.
Because I would like to point out, Overlord is technically playing the wall tennis game, the handball game, with these guys, and a shotgun. Because they're gonna hit the wall, bounce off, get hit again, hit the wall, bounce off, and it's just gonna keep repeating until they're dead.
I'm just looking at this going, I'm trying not to laugh really hard right now.
Don't you love science?
God. As you're blasting away at these, you're hearing other voices from other rooms and thuds against doors, like they're pounding on it to get in or whatever's happening, because they just, hey, what's going on in there, guys? Open the doors!
And
Yeah,
these
I'm
guys,
gonna slowly make my way back to the rector.
these guys counted as fiend, correct?
Yep. The bad guys.
Cool. I'm gonna divine sense again, because I'm guessing these three are just fucking dead.
At this point, yeah, they're pretty much. Oh, hey,
Because
what
what I want to know is if I just heard knocking from the door, how close is that person?
Ursa, there's something I want to do. Do you want to help me?
Actually,
I
need
will,
to
but
move the-
there's something I want to do to scare the shit out of whoever else is in that.
You do know there is one on the other side of the door, and at least a couple more back behind, a little further back.
Cool. Energon's sword. Activate. Step right for the core.
Yes. Step into the door. Let's go. That would actually help to do with what I want to do.
Oh
All right, you
my
said keep the T-cog, so I guess more in the head than anything.
Oh no, you can call these guys. I can salvage what's left. They're only
Okay,
drones. Their
then-
T-cogs aren't that valuable.
Okay, then yeah, I'm stabbing right to the core.
Oh my god. What do I have you roll for this one? Just have you cracking...
Would it be? I mean, would it be counting as sneak attack? Since
It
he
would
can't see?
be. I mean, he doesn't expect it to sword through the freaking door.
So,
Jesus.
so then it would be max damage doubled.
The other bots, the other ones on the other side of the door, suddenly see this blade shoot through this guy's head, and they're just like, we gotta get out of here. And you can hear them scrambling, like they're trying to get through the other
So
door.
what I'm hearing, Matrix, is that they're basically going, "Oh no, oh no, oh no."
Yep.
Bust through the door. Oh,
That's what I'm
yeah.
gonna do. That's exactly what I'm gonna
Before
do.
they can even get running to the other door, there is
Oh,
this.
wait, wait, hold on.
Oh,
I was
God.
actually gonna think of something even cooler. I'm gonna kick down the door, duck, dive on in.
I'm in dragon mode, so they'll hear magnetized thud, 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 door bang. Oh yeah.
So then I'm kicking down the door,
These guys are in such surprise
hearing
right now.
Void Striker go on down, coming from behind. I'm gonna get down so that he can do whatever he wants to.
I am going to just dive straight through once the door is gone.
Oh god, Gilgamesh, is there anything you want to do while they're? Jesus Christ.
No, I'm good.
He's enjoying the show.
And these other 3 bots that are still there, as you step over
Two.
the body,
Two now.
I'm going to get rid of that one so it's out of you guys'
Oh, wait,
there's
no,
3 in the
there's a
room.
third. Okay, so there were
Yeah.
4.
Yeah, because that was the one on the other side of the door you took out already.
I only know that there was 3. That's why I did the perfect. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Because I saw 3 extra icons on the stream.
Yeah, I'll try and get rid of the icon. Hang on, I'm going to move your icon real quick. Here you go. Let me get rid of those first.
My icon.
Don't worry, I'll put you back. Here you go. Here you go.
I have been sullied.
Oh well,
You've been
man.
created by the gods.
All right, that's it. You're over here.
He fell into the back rooms.
As these 3 bots are standing in the dark, they turn on their lights. Even they're like, the one has his lights on. They slowly pan up, and all they see is this dragon thing standing in front of them, and all they're just like, you swear one has lubricated himself, the other one lost his bolts. The other one's just standing there, his mouth wide open, his optics wide, and going, oh no.
I'm just gonna bring my head down to his level and just go, hi there.
You swear he's malfunctioning at this point. He's just...
Is this the point where we say fire?
Fire!
So, you know how they watch their friend get impaled through the head through the door?
Oh god, this is gonna be brutal.
They get to watch this one in front of me get impaled. Aw. Unless with advantages, be a surprise attack still.
You were still surprising them because they're scared the shit out of right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my dragon tail to impale this guy.
The last one furthest over, this one here. Oops. He is not in shock as much, so he's pulling up his rifle. He's kind of snapped himself out of it. The other 2, though, yeah, you're gonna hit the one. Really.
Is he dead?
Oh. Is he dead? Is he dead? You disintegrated him. He went. And he just, whatever's left of him hits the ground. The other one standing next to him still hasn't said anything. He still hasn't moved. The other one's going to try to take a shot at you, but he's going to miss because he's panicking. And I know an 18 probably won't hit you.
18 meets.
Ooh, okay. Let's see what we get. Okay, that's weird. Let me try that. Oh, that's funny. 18 both times. So 18 damage. That's all you took. I thought it would be higher. It's like, no, these guys are pretty...
So he basically just scratched me.
Yeah.
I don't like him. It's my turn, is it?
Uh-huh.
Gilgamesh, you want me to leave you one for you?
I'd like at least one for questioning.
Alright, the one that just shot me, apparently doesn't want me to attack things properly.
Ouch.
That is, unless the advantage still stands, considering the situation.
They cannot see you as well, so they're only using the lights that they have, which are very directional. So he's not really getting... None of these guys have an advantage right now.
No, I'm talking about me to hit them.
Yeah.
That's why.
It's them. They're at a disadvantage on it right now. Because they're floating also. So everything that's happening...
My goal with this shot, by the way, to the one that shot me, is to primarily basically cripple the guy and not kill him. That's why I'm using the railgun.
Okay. He hits the wall, and he literally is... You've kind of taken him out.
Oh, so there's only one left. Can I do a strength check to grab him with my dragon arm?
Yeah. So this one is dead.
22.
This one, I will say he's knocked out right now, but he's in bad shape. And oops, I didn't want to move him that way. There we go. You grab him, and you got him pretty tight, and he kind of lets the gun go because you're squeezing him pretty tight right now.
I'm just gonna turn him around and just face him towards Gilgamesh. Do you want one?
A tasty snack. Everybody's like, "Oh, please!" No, I'm kidding. I don't know.
The tentacles will unfurl from his tires in his back, and they'll wrap around his arms and restrain him and pull him closer.
Oh God! Oh no! This is gonna be horrible.
I will 100% let go and transform back into bot mode.
As you do, Gilgamesh, you have this bot who is being held up. He's struggling, but he's like just kind of hanging there. He's looking at you, and he's looking at all of you, kind of with a lot of fear in him.
So as he's kind of looking around, he's gonna slowly bring him closer. Gilgamesh's face is darkened. He's looking down. I'm giving you one chance. If you tell me what I want to know, I'll make it quick. You lie to me. You don't tell me what I want to know. I'm going to make it as slow and as painful as I possibly can. Am I clear?
You see him nod. Yeah.
Where is Skyline?
Who's that? We weren't here.
His grip tightens.
And he's. I don't know anybody by that name. We were sent here for the weapon. There was another group, though. I don't know what they were sent here for.
What other group?
It was another group. They were sent here for one of his. And before he can finish, his head, you notice he stops talking, he stops moving, he stops struggling altogether, and his head slides apart. Carbine's like, what just happened?
Like, it looks like he was, like, sliced?
Yep. Like it's what is it? Or almost a horizontal or diagonal cut. Perfectly clean. And all you guys hear, too much talking. Carbine's like, what? Who's there?
He's gonna immediately drop the body and draw his sword, pointing it in the direction of that noise.
It kind of is echoing around you. If you want to, you can all do a perception. I'll see how well you guys are going to pick it up. And this is with advantage.
Whoa, time to fail.
No fail. No fail.
With Carbine, I have 21.
Yep.
15. Classic guidance.
God damn it. You guys.
Well, I don't have minicons on me, so.
You
17.
hear the voice kind of move around you, Gilgamesh, and it seems
Also, Wavelength will turn on the power now.
The lights start to come on, but they're just still the emergency lights, and you feel yourselves, and you hear objects in the other room. Oh God! Oh! You can tell there's still some drones probably still in the station. They're in one of the labs to your left, and you hear this voice echoing, And Wavelength is kind of like, who is that? Wait a minute. You can hear her talking because it's so quiet right now. You just hear some shuffling and movement from the other room. Thought you could handle this. Always the ones to pull. Yes. I'm done here for now. Maybe I'll play again soon. And Wavelength's sitting in the reactor room. She goes, I think whoever it is in here with me. Or there. I'm not sure. Even Carbine's ears are tweaking around. Her tufts on her ears are just going crazy. She's like, that voice, who is that?
So even with the 21, I can't pin down where it is.
Nope. This, whoever it is very, very quiet and very stealthy.
I mean, I could give something a try. It's not a guarantee. Actually, let me double check just to make sure I can actually use it.
Or maybe I could stay and play for a little while. He did want me to get some things or someone's from you, but it seems they've caused me a little trouble.
Oh, by all means, please stay and play. I'd love to rip some more information out of you.
As you guys are doing this, I need you to all make another set of perceptions, but this time it's for something else.
16.
22.
18.
With the 16, Gilgamesh, you're close to the doorway. You hear from the other room, the lab, suddenly, what is that? Shoot it! And you hear blast fires going off. And you hear screams and whatever, like noises of thrashing and crashing.
He's turning and sprinting in that direction.
The door's closed to it, and it has power, but you can't open it. You hear what sounds like, whoops, I didn't want to do that. There we go.
Is it a thick door?
Nope.
Okay. Void Striker, I'm sorry for what I'm about to do to your door.
It's a door. Break it.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm pulling the Dark Star Saber for this one.
You cut that door like it falls apart. You open this, you see this door fall apart in front of you, but you see blue arcing coming across two bots being held by white tentacle arms. And this creature, you know what this creature is. It's you, but in a white form with blue eyes. The teeth are arcing with energy that's blue. The claws and the tentacles, spikes and everything are just wrapped around, ripping these bots apart. And you can hear a voice. You killed him. Why? And she literally, just with her two tentacle arms, throws these and whips them around so fast that she rips their heads off and spins them. And you see Sky in her beast form. And she snaps and looks at you, and her teeth are just... It almost looks like blue energon dripping from her mouth a little bit. And she's just huffing and puffing. They killed him. They killed Felix. They killed the others. And she's not losing it. She's just very upset and angry. And she calms down and she starts to take deep breaths and slows down. She looks over again at you after she takes a few deep breaths. She betrayed us. She betrayed me. She used me. And you see her tentacle arms start to arc again, or claws start to arc a little bit, and she goes. She transforms very slowly first, and you hear from the other room, "Oh, somebody's figured me out." And you see her walk closer up to you. All Overload Gilgamesh, you both are standing there in the hallway. She walks up to you guys. She's close, but not real super close, and she's like, "She betrayed us. I'm sorry, I brought her here. I didn't know."
Who? Who betrayed us?
As you say that, Carbine, like, pulls you back suddenly, like, grabs you, but you feel her body force you back just enough, and a feather sticks in the wall right past your face. Her. And you guys all recognize these feathers real quickly. Artemis.
I have a question, Matrix.
Yeah.
With the power being reset on the station, the station's still in emergency mode. Has my link to the station been reestablished?
It would be reestablished. I was wondering when you're going to ask me, so I was like, wait until you ask me.
I'm initiate Epsilon lockdown.
You hear her laugh again. You think that's going to stop me?
Yes.
Or...
Yes, it will. Because, congratulations, no space bridge can enter this facility.
Oh, I wasn't planning on leaving. Not like this. And she sounds insane at this point. I put a special package somewhere in the station. It will be too late for all of us. Maybe if you didn't abandon me. And you hear this scraping
I can
sounds.
see her, right?
At this point, nobody really can see her. She is completely cloaked. She's just making... Oh, God. Jesus, scared the crap out of me. Woo! I'm scaring myself. As... because she's super cloaked right now, she can't be seen. But you can hear her. And it's getting easier to focus in on her. Carbine's, like, up there. And she's kind of pointing toward in the power room. Up higher in it, where the conduits are. And Aegis, you can feel the rage from Aegis a little bit, but not... You feel something else overload from him. Because of what Artemis just said. And it's guilt. Carbine's like, Gilgamesh, you're feeling anger. But she's keeping it very cool and collected. And she's coming more focused. You feel this anger, but it's focused anger. Like, I know what I want to do. And Void Striker, you feel wavelengths. She's kind of like... And looking around, she's tweaking her ears. She goes, "Abandon you? Who? Is this who I think it is?" And you hear that voice again. "Oh, you, Wavelength. Oh, always logical." And she starts... You can hear that from her talons. You guys can start to see little sparks here and there from her talons moving. In the darkness up above, she's blink. You see little sparks in that.
Okay. I can do something that would be pretty disabling in the room.
Like what?
But, I need a more pinpoint location so I don't blow us all to Kingdom Come.
So what I'm hearing is you don't particularly want to hit things in the room, just her.
I don't want to make a massive AoE. I'd rather it be more directed. So I'm trying to like focus on her voice because she seems to be talking a lot, and trying to pinpoint exactly where she is, like in the room. Because if I can pinpoint where she's at, I can do a thing.
We will work on that. Yes, I can see this. Mhm.
And
Sorry,
like
I'm trying to get
I'm
rid of-
like I'll say like I'm communicating this to Carbine telepathically. Like I need her help to. We need to pinpoint and nail down exactly, excuse me, exactly where she is.
Oh.
Because if we can at least catch her, then we can at least subdue her and hopefully figure out what the hell's going on.
Okay, I gotta bring in something here. Oops. Ignore anything you're seeing. Here we go. I have to. Here we go. I'll put that right there for now. So, Carbine's like, "What do you mean abandoned? We didn't get anybody abandoned. We were captured. We were taken. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about him. Your orange feathery one. The one you think is so great. The guard, the weak one." And Overload, you feel more guilt than anything now from Aegis. You feel the sadness in him, and he starts to speak. I tried to protect us. I tried to protect you. I'm sorry. I couldn't. Sorry doesn't cut it. Do you know what I've been through? He gave me a chance to get my revenge on you.
Does that revenge
With all this
include-
talking he's doing, can I pinpoint him down in it?
Do another perception, Gilgamesh. Just you.
Because I'm letting them talk and I'm slowly walking in the room and I'm trying to pinpoint where Artemis is. 16.
All right. Void Striker, you were saying something? You want to say something?
I'm going to continue what I'm saying. Does your revenge include putting at risk all the other minicons that have yet to awaken properly?
My revenge. They're not here now, so I don't have to worry about that. Why should I care now?
Your revenge put them at risk. Do you know what is stored here on this station?
You can just hear this. Do you know what I was through? They didn't protect me. I
have a
tortured
very
you.
good idea on what you went through.
Oh, you went through the torture, the change, the pain, the suffering. I watched all my brothers and sisters die. And
I've walked through the most gruesome battlefields of the Civil War and died on many of them.
oh, that's what the other one said too. Till I ran him through the back when he wasn't looking.
I'm slowly and very subtly giving a stasis chip to Carbine and putting it in her paw.
She takes it very quietly. You two know about specifically where Artemis is sitting at right now.
Tell me,
And
Artemis, did
I'm
Felix deserve to
communicating
die?
to Carbine, we're gonna pincer her in. Once we know exactly where she's at, we're gonna try and make the move and catch her.
All right. Drift was easy to take. You, Aegis, not so much, but it'll be fun when I watch you and your friends here all die. And she's just seething with rage right now.
Are you even certain that your rage is your own?
Oh, it's festered. Become more. Wavelength kind of. That does not make sense. You want revenge on. And all you hear is Artemis, shut up! You have no idea. Wave's like, yes, I do. I went through a lot of the same procedures. But you obviously have been, what is the word? I will make it simple. Manipulated. I haven't been manipulated by anyone. And you can see the sparks and everything. Carbine in your head, Gilgamesh, goes, there she is, right there.
With Carbine, I'm going to have a 30 stealth.
Oh, God, yeah.
So with this, we're going to... I'm going to dash at her, and Carbine's going to dash in the opposite direction, and we're going to pincer her in, and we're going to lay stasis chips on her.
She senses something's happening. I need you to roll me just a straight D20. And I need you to do
Just
it
a
twice.
D20.
One
So
for you.
2 D20s?
Yeah, one for you, one for Carbine. I want you to do this. Oh, jeez.
So it's a 7 and an 11.
With the combine, Carbine and you collide into something as you hear, "You won't take us alive. You won't take me either." And you feel a struggle of a small-ish kind of bird-like thing in your arms as Carbine and you are struggling to get this small feathered thing under control. I need you to...
Can I
That's what
move
the
in
stasis
to
chips
provide
were for,
assistance?
though.
Yeah, actually, you guys can come in to help. Even Wavelength's like, can I run up there? She's just asking.
Yeah. I would literally extend my arm up so she can run up my arm to go help.
She comes up to assist all of you. Gilgamesh, roll me a strength check real quick on this. Or just a strength or some sort. You know, something strength.
So the stasis chips aren't doing anything?
They will. You're fighting her right now. And
You're currently fighting to plant one on her,
Oh, fuck.
from what I understand.
No, it's okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, no, my roll is bad. That's why I was like...
I know.
That's why I said that.
She starts to calm down, and she kind of just goes limp. And you notice that Wavelength has literally come around each side of her to help both of you and squeeze her down while you're both are putting the chips into place and making sure they're secure and on her. And she's squeezing she's like, whoops, a little too much. Better not crush her. And this little palace cat is wrapped around this smallish owl and holding her. I think she's calmed down. Do you want me to let go? Or do you just want to hold on to me and I'll keep like this? She's literally in a locked position to keep her from moving her wings or anything.
Well, yeah, if the stasis chips are... I mean, only one of them should really be able to do it, but, I mean, two of them should keep her, you know, good and secure.
Carbine points out, though, it should have only taken one, not two. This is not good. And you guys come down, and Wavelength kind of climbs down the pipes, hopping down. You see this, again, this little bulky cat kind of step down, and she kind of hops back over to you, Void Striker, and she kind of just sitting there on the floor. Aegis has come off of you, Overload, and landed down on the floor near Wavelength. He hasn't really said anything else. He just looks and feels very somber and sad right now. Carbine's looking over Artemis, and she goes, "This isn't good." You realize Sky has been standing at the doorway at the back. This is my fault. I'm sorry. I didn't know.
It's most likely not your fault, Sky.
With Artemis secure, he's actually gonna go run over to Sky and just... You okay? What happened?
And she kind of just like, I was sitting in the chair I was strapped down. I wasn't going to fight or do anything. I was just hoping Felix would find something. We were sitting there talking, and we heard noises, and that's when the door opened, and I watched him die, and then they were going to step on the little one and crush her like a bug, and kind of, I guess, I transformed into this again, and I threw them around. They started shooting. I got away. I grabbed, and she kind of opens a compartment off her side, and there is the little one curled up. And it's kind of like her lower part of her abdomen. It's a compartment, and she goes, he's been kind of resting in there ever since. And she kind of gently closes it to keep her in there safe. But she hasn't really said much. I don't know about.
Well, there's not really much to say right now. We have
This
to
kind
get
of,
things secured.
as much as I would hate to interrupt, can secure the station and then bring everybody that you can into the hangar. I'll see what I can do. Overload, can you go get the emergency energon storage?
Sure.
Do we know if any more drones in the area, or are we clear?
I will tell you, you don't have to do this because the system is up and running. You pick up no other drones.
We're clear. I'm gonna swing by medical and collect a bunch of medical supplies, as well as Felix, and then head to the hangar.
As you guys collect up everybody, I'm assuming you're moving everybody to the hangar?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Gilgamesh will go grab Kiara and Varish and move them to the hangar.
Addie's got Drift. She kind of can handle him. He's still a little bulky. He's maybe a mini-con, but he's still big for her. So, but she carries him in, lays him down gently. He's pretty... him and Kiara are pretty badly hurt, so is Varish. But they're still functional. They're still online. I do not know why this icon still pops up for you, and I don't understand. There.
What the fuck did I just see in the hangar?
Oh, that was the his image of what he will look like when he transforms, but it for some reason it pops up every time he's in here, and I don't know why. I don't get it. So it's something with Roll20. So I'm gonna grab her. See, this is the problem. Her icon is even slightly transparent. I gotta fix them. Hers is the white displacer beast version. Found one. So you guys are all in there. You do notice that the big space bridge is damaged, and
That's not a priority. It's
no, but
everybody else is a priority.
yeah, the lights are on.
I imagine most systems on this station is fucked.
Yeah, you notice there is a lot of damage all over the place, and I mean,
Now that we
damage.
do have Artemis secured, I'm going to release the Epsilon lockdown.
As you do, you suddenly get comms from Phoenix. Please tell me you guys are there. Somebody? Anybody?
Reading you loud and clear, Phoenix.
I am never so glad to hear you guys. What happened?
We're on the station.
Is it safe to come back, or should I stay out?
Station is secure.
I'll put Aegis down here. Should I return then? He's not sure. He's actually sounding more emotional.
The hangar door is probably a bit stuffed. If you have to damage it, damage it.
Everybody else here is safe. The mini-cons that are on board, they're in my hangar. I got them safe. They're still charged up, or at least charging. Everybody else seems to be okay, but I didn't get a lot of everybody. I think I'll just sit out here
I'll
for a
be
little
looking
longer
after
and
the ones that were left behind.
Okay, well, I think I'll stay out here cloaked. We're kind of
Safest
just...
option. I'll let you know when we can open the hangar properly for you.
I copy that. Phoenix out, and you hear the comms cut. you are all in the hangar. It looks more like a medical station area in a huge room.
I am... Okay, so you said that one of the little ones was literally blown to pieces, right?
Yep, that was Blend.
I'm going to do my best to reassemble him.
Alright, actually, I'll grab his little icon if I can. Or I'll stretch it out. Okay, that's great. Just do this. There we go. Now I can grab it if it's stretched out. I'm just going to put him in the hangar in here in general. There we go. There. Oops.
Okay, so one question. When I power link, does that reset my spell slots at all?
It only does it once a day kind of thing with you guys. Unless there's special circumstances. Right now, they're...
The reason I'm asking is because I'm seeing if I can power link so I can use Revivify enough times to revive and then stabilize everyone.
If anything, I can stabilize with my spells.
Let me grab these guys so they're in the right place. You would have had to drag steel in. So.
Yeah, because the question is, how many are dead? 6, 7?
You got Steel, Kevin, and Blend, who were taken out along with Felix. That's 4.
Yeah, I can do all 4 of those if my spell slots get reset, because I've got 1 third level spell slot left, and if I get reset, I get all 3 back.
Okay, because I can do prayer of healing to stabilize them all, and Aegis has revivify.
Yeah, so with the help of Aegis, we should be able to do this. Get them all back up.
And these guys are injured, but they are still alive. Addie will help attend to them while they're trying to do their thing.
See, Overlord, you work on the ones that are stabilized yet injured a bit, with the help of Gilgamesh and the minis. I will use all my spell slots and my reset ones to bring these guys back. Because then I'm going to need a short range. I'm going to need a short rest anyway, so...
Yeah, which Aegis will help revive as well.
All right.
And
we do
Gilgamesh
have an advantage on
working
cubes,
on
so...
Kiara and Varish, getting them.
Yeah, you can help
since
them.
they're stable, but they could still need.
Yeah, because with Aegis's help, I can save one of my spell slots for an aura of vitality after I've got 2 up and Aegis gets the other 2 up.
As you're doing this, Void Striker, Wavelength goes, Void Striker, is all the systems still similar to when I was last here?
Slight upgrades. Sending you updated blueprint and schematics.
She instantly gets them. You guys see in her optics real fast. And she goes, I'll be back. And she gets down off of you and kind of trots off in her little palace cat form. You know she's somewhere in the station doing something at this point. She wanders off.
I'm gonna let Scamper know it's safe to bring Tick out.
You see them come out. Where is your Scamper little icon? No, I have
It's
one.
down below, over by Phoenix's icon. I can see it down there.
Oh, is it? I did leave it up here. Good. Yeah, I just take all your icons in there. So he comes out over here. There we go. And Tick is following him kind of real close, holding onto one of his little arms. And
by the way, I think that's adorable. He's being led by a fucking Scraplet, and he, to be fair, worked for Shockwave. Shockwave is scarier than a Scraplet.
Yeah. So it's like this thing has been, and you can see Tick kind of get behind Scamper and kind of, are you? Oh, this is not good. She sees all the bodies. Are they all dead? Oh,
They are for now. As I say that, I will revivify the first one, which will be Steel, because we're definitely gonna need Steel's help.
Steel, you could see he was sliced down the chest to the almost to his spark chamber, but it took him completely offline, and he's grayed out right now. But you do, and his body you see it healing up, and Tick kind of comes up, and Scamper kind of leads Tick forward. She's kind of looking, and she goes, oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't know you could do that. That's amazing. Are they going to be okay?
For now, maybe. But in the future, definitely.
you hear over the comms, you all hear this. Wavelength comes across. Hello. I've got the system up and running properly. I noticed you have a few code lines that were corrupted. I fixed those. Activating repair systems. Some areas are more vital.
Whoa, Scraplet Swarm deploy, considering that is the station's repair system.
Yeah, and she's she gets, you hear Wavelength. It sounds like she's in her own little space from the sound of it. But she goes, locating. I cannot locate device that Artemis was talking about. And you can hear her typing away on something. She goes, I don't know if she was, what's the word, bluffing us or not. Looking for anomalous readings. Repair systems, though, are working on vital areas right now. And she cuts off communication without saying another word to y'all.
I'm going to use my second Revivify on Felix.
Felix, you see the hole in him starts to repair up. And he starts to come around. Steel kind of sits up.
You were dead. I'm just going to cut straight through the tension.
He kind of looks at you and he looks around again. That explains the dream. That's right. I was shot. No. I was shot at. But then something cut me. And he kind of looks at his arm and he moves and he goes, how is this possible? I should be dead.
You forget whose station you're on.
As you say that, Felix is still healing up, but he kind of sits up a little bit and he goes, yeah, they got some pretty awesome abilities. Oh, and he kind of puts his hand to his chest where the hole's just kind of, it's only maybe about the size of a baseball, but it's still patching up, and he's just like...
Can you revive the others? I fix them as much as they require to be revived.
He transforms, but he doesn't say a word to you. You just still feel this immense guilt. And he puts his hands up, and suddenly you just see the energy come off of him. And Kevin and Blend takes a little while longer, so it's going to be a bit. His pieces are all over the place, and they just got a pile of them. So Kevin kind of, ow, what did I do? And he's just, they're all stunned, looking at each other, and they look down at Blend, and Kevin and Steele really take it kind of, is he going to be, and he just kind of just nods his head, yeah, he'll be all right, kind of look, but doesn't really say anything.
Kevin, I don't mean to rush you, but do you mind whipping up some food? I'm going to need a lot of energy on in a second.
Absolutely, on it. I'll see what I'm assuming they destroyed a lot, but I can do it. He takes off, and he runs back through the doorways. They all open and close except for the ones you guys destroyed, and all you hear is, oh my Primus, what happened? Never mind. You just hear it.
I'm going to sit in the middle of the hangar with Aura Vitality going now.
As you do, we're going to let them heal up. Aegis is just standing there. He's not saying a word still to any of you.
By the way, Officer says, whoa, I actually get to do my job.
Yeah. Tick looks over at all of you. So, am I safe here or not? Really nervous.
You're safe as long as we're here.
You notice that on her arm where her emblem was, she has it in her hand. And she goes, I guess I don't need this anymore. And she just kind of drops her hand. Now what do I do? And she kind of just flops to the floor.
You start anew, Tick.
Are you going to beat me?
No.
Do any of us hear that?
Yes, you do. You guys, you're all working on something. It's kind of quiet. All you got is the hum of the station going now. because it's back online.
Just
And
hearing
she's like-
him ask that question makes Gilgamesh just stop and turn to the two of them.
She's looking around and she sees you all looking over at her after she said that, and he would get mad. And
I'm well aware of what Shockwave is like, but if you want to know if I'll hit you, I'ma look and point at Addie. She will kill me first.
and she turns around and she goes, she nods her head, and she goes, and she does her fist into the other, one into the other, and she looks back.
It
And
She'll
takes-
have to get in line if that were the case.
it takes a lot for me to even get upset. So
Oh,
If you're
okay.
fine to make mistakes. Mistakes are how you learn. We won't hit you for them. We're not Shockwave.
Okay, all right. Oh,
If you want to help out, you can go start over with Addie. Addie will gladly teach you.
oh, okay. Is the one that did her this thing?
Yes.
Okay. And she kind of gets up and she kind of runs over, but then she slows down to Addie, and Addie's kind of tending to Drift and Varish right now as Kiara is being tended to by Gilgamesh more than anything right now. And
I'm sure Kiara's enjoying the tender care from Gilgamesh.
right now they're
If she
all-
were conscious, probably.
yeah, they're all unconscious right now. And the Tick kind of goes up to Addie, and Addie kind of turns slowly, and you see Tick kind of jump back, and she puts her hand up. It's okay. Come on. It's all right. She kind of pulls her over close. It's going to be okay. And she pats her on the back, and you see Tick kind of nervous, like, okay. Just shaky, really uneasy. And she goes, what do I do? And it's like, and she, at first, you guys are watching and hearing all this. Tick kind of picks up a tool and she goes, what am I supposed to? And Addie's showing her what she needs to do. And she drops it. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. Please don't. And Addie just kind of grabs her, holds her, doesn't say anything to her. It just holds her. It's okay. It's a mistake. I'm not going to get hit. I'm not going to get thrown, kicked. No, it's just a mistake. And she goes, we're all like this. We make mistakes. We're not going to do anything like that. You hear this side of Addie that is more caring, more gentle. Come on.
More motherly
Yeah.
is
and
more
she-
appropriate.
Yeah, and she becomes this different attitude as she kind of like this. And she takes her little hand, starts showing her how to do it. And she goes, oh, that's it? And suddenly Tick starts to brighten up a little bit. Her colors are brighter a little, just a little. And she sits there and gets to fixing up on Varish. And you see Varish stir a little bit. And he kind of opens his optic. Tick kind of backs away. And Addie's like, it's okay. He's just coming around. Oh, and you guys can hear him. Oh, Artemis is the traitor. Ow. Oh, God.
We're past that, Varish.
Oh. Okay, sir. Oh. You said that?
Prioritize recovery.
Yeah, and he kind of starts laughing. He goes, "You saved me again. I owe you way too much."
Hey, I
Oh.
brought you back. I'm not gonna let you go cock it this easy.
All right, I think I'm gonna just go back into standby. And he kind of drifts off, doesn't say anything else. And Addie's like, he'll be okay. He just needs to rest. Tick kind of sticks with Addie at this point, kind of shadowing her as she moves over to Drift. And Carbine has gotten down off of you and has walked over and is near Drift. And they've rolled him over to his side so they can see his back. And Carbine walks over to Artemis real quick, and she looks at her for a moment, and Gilgamesh, you feel a lot of anger and rage, and you swear she's gonna do something to her, but she leans down, pulls one of the feathers off of her, walks over, and she goes, and holds the feather up. I think I know what she meant by stabbed him in the back. And she flicks the feather and it sticks in the wall. Without looking, she just flicks it like it's nothing and does it. Addie's like, pretty bad, but it is healing. And Drift starts to come around a little bit. Oh, dudes, I had the worst nightmare.
Spoiler alert, not nightmare.
Oh, dude. Can't we just find a place where, the surf is great? We could just chill for a little while. Hi, Carbine. And he starts to kind of... Eddie's like, sorry, I gave him a little something to ease the pain. And he's like, oh, look, another shiny spot. And he kind of drifts off and goes back out. He's in standby again. And Carbine just kind of giggles like, at least he's still here. And Eddie kind of gives him a cover and lets him rest. They move over to Kiara, where Gilgamesh, are you holding her, or I don't know what you're doing exactly with her?
Well, I guess I don't know, like, just how damaged she is. Like, how's she looking physically?
She looks like somebody slapped the shit out of her a couple times first. I will say it bluntly. And somebody has deeply damaged her right side, and it will be on her abdomen, just up to where her rib cage would be if it was human style, but in that area. And you can see there's a pretty good amount of damage, but with all your help, she is healing. And you can see that Felix has come to more, and he goes, I'm good to go. I'll go help them. And he's moved over to check everybody. Vitals are stable. Everything's good. He goes, if we do this, and he kind of reaches down and he tweaks something, and she spasms into pain real quick, but then she kind of relaxes. That's better. Addie looks over at Felix. I'm going to have to learn how to do some of this from you. He's like, look at him first, and he points at Void Striker. I read his medical stuff. And he's sitting there, and he starts to work on each one of them, repairing them in different ways. And you notice that Kiara comes to a little bit. She's pretty scuffed up. She doesn't look like her shiny self right now.
I'm going to end Aura of Vitality and enter standby mode so I can do a short rest here.
Yeah, you guys can take a short rest if you want to. But during this time...
Yeah, well, kind of need to.
Yeah, as you do have her sitting there with you, Gilgamesh, you notice Kiara kind of opens her optics and she... Obviously, I'm not dead, or I am right where I want to be, in your arms. And she just kind of grins, trying to be funny a little bit.
And then pain.
Yeah,
so you're obviously not dead yet.
Yeah, the pain kind of gives it away.
Do you remember what happened?
I was in the control room, and she's really struggling at first, and she goes, and I got up to
Take
go,
your time.
and I got hit, and then hit again, and then I remember pain, and then I was out.
Do you remember what attacked you?
No, it was fast, and I couldn't see it. I just remember green blades coming out of nowhere. And then I remember kind of being in the other console room. I don't know how I got there, but I remember seeing Drift. At least he wasn't up rightfully. And she's really kind of just in pain. She's holding her side for a moment, and then I'm here now. I don't really remember too much after that. I remember Varish and I were picking up weird signals through the station, and all of a sudden things were acting weird. The space bridge wasn't working.
It's all right now. Just rest up. Get healed.
What about the little one? Is she all right? During this whole
She's
time,
safe.
Guy has been staying back away from everybody. She's in her bot form still. She's just kind of sitting on the floor way over, kind of away from you guys. But she's watching and listening. And she kind of opens her compartment. She stands up. And she walks over slowly. And she comes into Kiara's view. And Sky opens her side up. And she goes, I kept her safe. And the little one kind of looks around, and she kind of drops down, wants to literally be put down, so she puts her down. And she runs over and kind of jumps onto Kiara a little bit without hurting her. And she kind of just hugs her, and it's like, okay. And Kiara puts her hand out, and Sky kind of looks at it and like, oh, what? And she kind of grabs her hand and pulls her closer and just says thank you for keeping her safe.
Question, has the hangar door been repaired enough to open?
You see the door is still ajar and it looks like it's in pretty bad shape, but you notice it is moving, and you see this kind of a faint line of a glow. And you know that's your little chompers are going at it, fixing at it. And you see the door shifting around slowly as it's getting fixed. And as this all going on, Sky doesn't, or Kiara doesn't let go of Sky's hand. She goes, just sit here. And so Sky kind of looks at you, Gilgamesh, and she kind of hesitant, like, do I? And so she slowly kind of sits in a position and holds her hand.
He nods to Sky as she'll look to him. Just, you've earned that trust.
The little one kind of gets up and she starts beeping a lot. She doesn't have her stuff with her right now, and she keeps beeping. And since Carbine is so close, she kind of just turns and goes, she's telling you the story of what happened with her, but you guys can't really understand her right now, and I'm kind of busy. And she kind of makes a few beeps at her, and she goes, and little one kind of stops, like, okay. And she kind of walks over to Sky slowly, and she kind of hops to her leg, and she taps on her compartment, and she goes, like, open up. And she climbs right back in there, and she kind of, you could see she's made herself comfortable. And Sky's like looking around like, is this normal? I just did this to protect her. Kind of look. She's like,
It means she likes you.
so she closes it, and Sky kind of just drifts back off to standby, and she goes, I'm gonna rest now. And she kind of just, Sky
Before
gently,
she turns away, he is gonna give her let's see, where is it? The case of 5 energon strips that he has on him.
ooh.
He's just gonna hand her the case. Here, this should help you out a little bit.
And she kind of turns her head and grins while she's kind of delirious. Oh, such a charmer, giving me gifts now. Does this make us official? And she kind of goes, out. Guy just kind of looks. Okay. Even Carbine, you can hear Carbine chuckle at Addie, and Tick's like, "What was that?" Addie leans down. You guys can hear, and Tick is like, "Huh?" He doesn't understand. Carbine just is giggling. Sky grins, and just like they're trying to all not laugh a little bit. And so Sky goes, "I think I'll just kind of stay my distance over here." And she kind of gets up slowly.
Sky,
Actually,
don't separate from the group. Join us properly.
if you don't mind, I actually do need to ask you a few things.
She stops and turns. Okay, so she kind of walks up, but this time she's just a little bit further back, and she sits down. And she sits down in a form like she's sitting with her legs crossed, but she's actually sitting with one leg over top of the other, and it's almost like she's in a meditative pose, but she's listening to you intently. Go ahead. You can ask me anything.
He'll sit down cross-legged a little ways in front of her. How long after we left did this kick off?
I think not too long, maybe 20 minutes. I don't know. I was in the chair. My internal clock was showing just about 20 minutes.
Your connection with Artemis, you never sense this duality?
No, that... What got me was when we were doing the dream thing, why couldn't she get into my memories further, but only with Carbine's help? And Carbine stops and she looks up. Wait a minute. That's right. And she literally like taps Addie's hand. Can you take care of this? And so she walks over and kind of stands next to you guys because she's still shorter than you. And she goes, "He's right. Why did you need me to go into your memories?" And she could only get into your memories so far. Oh, I'm stupid. And she starts thumping her head lightly. That was dumb. And she turns to you, Carbine turns to you, Gilgamesh, and she goes, "The only way you could have gotten that far was with my help. Artemis doesn't have the full capability to do this."
Sorry, just real quick, observation wise, has her symbol changed since this has happened?
Sky's?
Yeah.
Sky lost it when she told her to go away, to stay away from her, because she thought she was the problem. She doesn't have that symbol, so she can't sense anything from Artemis right now at all. Like nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, so she doesn't detect anything, she doesn't feel anything. They're disconnected.
Gotcha.
So Carbine's like, without my help at the time, when she was connected to me, I was her conduit. I led her into the memories too. And she starts thumping her head even harder, and she goes, "That was so stupid of me." She was able to
calm down. You couldn't have known.
She starts pacing around you in circles, like literally just going around you. And she goes, "So she used me to do this. No, I don't feel guilty. I do feel bad. I'm sorry." And she kind of gestures towards Sky. Sky's like, "It's okay. You didn't know."
Carbine.
Remember.
He's trying to get Carbine's attention.
Carbine. Oh, sorry. What? Yes.
What would Artemis have to gain from accessing her memories?
I don't really know. A delaying tactic? I don't know. There wasn't really much there other than
But she was looking for something in her memories, right?
A location. You were at some of the locations. Carbine stops and she goes, I need to think for a moment. She starts pacing Sky this time, and Sky's head's going around. Does she do this often? Looks at you just like, this is making me very busy.
You'd be surprised how often this little one thinks.
If there's something
She may put on the airs of not being intelligent, but she's one of the most intelligent minicons I've ever come across.
And Wavelength, hey.
I said one of, not the most.
Thank you. And she goes back on because she can hear you, everything you guys are doing over comms and everything. She's just like listening to everything because she's into the station now. But Carbine stops again and she looks around. She goes,
Well, let's think about this. If they were already connected for a short time after Sky found Artemis, Artemis should have already had access to her memories, right?
She should have, but remember, she could only get in so far. So what was she actually looking for then? And she turns to Sky. You were at multiple places, but you picked up her. Why? And Sky goes, I just remember her being at some of the tests I was doing, and they were telling her to do certain things even with me. And I knew where they stored her because when I was being transported back, a lot of times I got to see where she was being put.
So when the tests were being done on you, it was part and parcel to go with Artemis, but they didn't finish whatever they were doing with
I believe
you.
this is a perfect opportunity for Tick to help with this conversation.
Tick has
Who?
been quiet. Tick. It's a little bot.
Yeah, he's saying that in character.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Tick kind of looks over at me, and she kind of raises her hand.
I'm sorry, I don't believe I've been properly introduced.
She walks over. She's not real short. She's short, but she's not.
And he's still sitting, like,
Yeah.
cross-legged, so he's down, good ways.
So Carbine sits only so high, like maybe to your shoulder bicep. Tick stands about the same height you're sitting. So it's like almost half your height right now. And she's not a big bot. She goes, I might be able to answer some of that. It was, what do you call this? Subterfuge. Trickery. He was doing it as an experiment to see if he could manipulate one of you to do what he wanted. And obviously he was successful. And you see Tick kind of step back away from me a little bit, like waiting to like she was going to get hit or something. And she's like, but it must not have fully worked because it's supposed to work on both of you, and it only worked on one of you because you don't have this. And she comes up and very quickly taps on Sky's chest where your symbol is, but hers isn't now. You don't have that now, so she can't manipulate or control you. See, Artemis, that one, and she points back at this bird that's just immobilized, sitting on the floor, could control you and do certain things when you didn't realize it. Did you ever feel like you were like in a dream? And Sky's optics go wide. A lot. I thought it was just the experimenting. And that was part of the program. And it's devastating mentally, as you can see. And she points back over at Artemis. It can damage a lot, and so far there has been no success on coming back from it.
So you're saying Artemis is lost to this? We cannot fix her?
I don't know. I wasn't fully a part of the program. I only knew some of the stuff like this, which is a lot. But there could be a chance, but we didn't have the technology. Shockwave, the big Shockwave, he was doing a lot of experiments, and he's been looking for something, but I don't know what it is. Other than something to do with power, a lot of power, and yeah, it's not good. And you can see Tick has kind of moved back away from you guys because she's expecting some kind of backlash for talking when she really isn't supposed to, because the way Shockwave was with her. And she kind of stops and she goes, the experiment is how do I put this, ongoing, but there was only one other program in place, and I don't know if that was successful or not. I'm sorry, I can't help.
He's just looking over the sky and just studying her reaction.
She looks like she's kind of confused and in shock, like, wait. And she's kind of just shaking her head, like, and she's, you can kind of visibly tell she's getting a little upset about it, but she's, so you're telling me he used, other than experimenting on me, used me as a pawn to get here? And Tick kind of, you see Tick kind of backing away from her, like, uh-oh. Yes. It was a way to stop you both. He was hoping you would most likely destroy yourselves, along with probably them too, it looks like, because there was some files on some of you. But, and she points toward you, Void Striker, but you look different then. And she kind of looks around. The rest of you are, what did he call it, useless scrap that can be thrown to the wayside.
I don't know whether to feel flattered or disgusted by the fact that he's taken such a vested interest in the two of us.
There was something, she kind of reaches around and she pulls out a little tablet like thing, and it's etched in. It's like a piece of metal though. And she goes, I couldn't take a data tablet, but I did scribble this down as best I could. And it's like a lot of writing, but it, and she goes, this is kind of what I could copy. And she starts reading it, and it's like listening to a kid reading it. The key will need 2, but 1 to destroy. I didn't understand the last part very well. Something about combining with the power. I'm sorry, I didn't write this very well. Will destroy or make all. And she just kind of, but it requires certain things. And she goes, something about the one has to be able to activate the power source. And she's trying to read it, and Carbine kind of comes over and she goes, even I can't read this. Because it looks like it's just scribbled to her.
So the 2 that it's referring to, what is it?
She goes, I don't know. I only wrote it down because it seemed important. I don't know if it's 2 pieces, 2 people, 2 bot, 2 alien, 2... And she starts going off in her head. She goes, it doesn't make sense. I wasn't allowed to have a lot of capacity anyway.
Is it possible that we've only had the one artifact this entire time, and yet there were supposed to be two?
I don't remember two. I remember there was this one that was like a sphere, and he was pretty upset about not having it. And
This whole thing, though, kicked off with pieces of a map. But there were, what, 5 pieces of those?
Well,
for us to put it back together.
She kind of is like trying to put her finger up as you talk. The thing is, this might be referring to the two, but I never knew absolutely. You called it a map? Is that the round spherical thingy? And she's just making gesture of it, like with her fingers, like making a ball. That is one part. The other part is somewhere else. And it's in an old place. I don't understand how it works, though. He kept a lot of that pretty tight, locked up kind of thing. So I'm sorry I don't have a whole lot of information on it. His station was pretty big, though, so I kind of got lost in some of the places, too, at times.
Well, quick question. If I were to send a quick long range like text communication to my master, is that possible to do right now, or is long range communication still knocked out?
No, you got the station back, so you would have your ability.
Well, yeah, I know the station's up, but was the long range communication up?
Everything would be back up online. They didn't really get to damage the communications too much. The scraplets.
Is the door open yet?
The door, good question to ask now. The door is back in place, and you hear wavelength. I'm assuming you want that open now, because she knows.
Affirmative.
The door opens up, and she goes, who's Phoenix, by the way?" It's just wavelength's confused.
A friend. I'll send a signal to Phoenix saying he's clear to land.
He sends back, "Okay." And as you guys are sitting there, Tick is kind of...
While that's going on, I'm asking a communique to my master, basically just asking how's the trap.
You get a response almost immediately back. Like, it's almost instantaneous. And she's like, "Things are going into place very well. We'll keep you apprised."
Caught anyone yet?
So far, we've come to a couple, but nothing conclusive yet. It's been interesting. We have a lead on somebody, though. We're checking into it. Me, personally. I'll talk to you in a bit. And the message ends.
You just keep me apprised. The station's been attacked.
You get a question mark and exclamation back real fast in text form.
Yeah, just no responding to that. Just like, nope. We don't know who else could be listening.
Yeah, that's all she sent back, though, so it's really kind of confusing to anybody else who's listening. It's like, what? Tick is kind of really nervous. I mean, for everything that... I mean, he did space bridge between a couple places, and he dragged me along for it on a couple of them. I mean, I was at the station most of the time, and I know we were above a planet, but to be honest, I don't know if he didn't even tell me what the planet was. He actually didn't tell a lot of people. A lot of Cybertronians he didn't like at times, so And she kind of goes off on a tangent a little bit. She goes, there was this time that this one really made him mad.
He's been building something, hasn't he?
Well, he's been working on a big project, but I don't know what it is. I know it requires power. A lot of power.
And where's he drawing that kind of power?
I'm not really sure. I think it might have been from the planet below. It's kind of hooked up to the planet, sort of, but he gets really angry when it fails. And she kind of rubs her head, like, really angry.
When it fails?
Yeah, he's fired it a few times, and it fails. But I don't know what it fails from, or what it's failing to, or how, place. I don't know.
Void Striker.
Yes.
Do you know of any other planets that at their core would be able to generate that much energon?
I know several planets that would be able to generate mass amounts of energon, but I'd need more information to narrow it down.
How about a core that isn't fully charged or misfiring?
That would not help, but we could scan for any special anomalies on a massive scale. Because even if this weapon is still failing, it would still be charging. That would be detectable. It would take time to detect, though.
Well, at least we can somewhat narrow it down.
We'll have to wait until the Black Station is back online.
Sorry.
Enjoying your sound effects?
Phoenix is back, by the way, guys. Hi.
Yeah, just being a 3-year-old with a plane going...
Oh, wait. Sorry. Phoenix lands, and you hear him, it is great to see all of you. And he sees Barish Drift and Kiara kind of laying there, but he's like, this doesn't
They're all
seem
fine. They're in recovery.
Okay. Interesting. Minicons are still safely aboard me and tucked away for now.
Are all of them accounted for? Did any of them disappear?
Nope, all 17 are accounted for.
Good.
And
What is that minicon's name? Nyx Nox? Is she around?
You hear a voice come across the comms. I'm here. Do you need me for something? And as the door on the front of Phoenix opens up and lowers down, you see the minicons in a tucked-in spot, literally. They are hooked up and powered, just in case. They're still getting external power through that circuit. And Nyx is standing there along with Rex. And you see...
I'm gonna give her the coordinates. Can you go meet up with an old friend of mine? She might need your help getting the station back online.
Oh, absolutely. And she takes the coordinates and she heads that direction. She doesn't really say much of anything else, but then she stops and she looks over. Slowly she goes, "What happened with Artemis?"
Long story short, she needs therapy. Lots of therapy.
Within an instant, Aegis still has not said anything. Blend is almost fully back together at this point. It's taken this long for him. But Carbine kind of runs over, and you hear quick beeping as Nyx kind of kneels down to Carbine's level as she listens.
So what's that conversation, considering I can understand it?
It's Carbine explaining everything that's happened with Artemis and what's going on. And you don't really hear Nyx's response. She just stands up suddenly. And Carbine kind of takes a few steps back, startled. And you see Nyx look down at Carbine. "I will go help." and her tone, her body language shifts real fast. Her little owl wing cape kind of wraps around her.
Ah, yes. Give me distraction before I stab someone.
And she turns around and she literally walks away, whipping her cape out a little bit like she's pissed. Carbine goes, I don't think that was good news that I should have told her, right? And she kind of winks.
Better to tell her the truth than hide it from her.
And Carbine comes back over and she goes, yeah, I guess so. She's not happy about it.
I'm gonna look at Overload and Gilgamesh. Do you guys reckon I should call in some help to get the station back up and running?
Probably would be best, especially if it's in someone you trust.
I'm gonna give a signal to the some of the old veterans with a rundown of what that we kind of need help getting something fixed. We just need some extra hands.
Rex kind of steps out. Well, if you need extra hands, I'm here. And he kind of holds up his arm, and he goes...
That reminds me, you should probably go check the lab, Rex. I had an arm that was pretty much almost ready to be attached to you. You might want to go check if it's still there and still in one piece.
Oh, that would be awesome. Then I can help you out here. I know how to work on stuff. And he stops and he looks over at you, Overload. Dude, you're bigger than me. Rex just kind of shakes his head, though. It's just like, always doing something. He walks back, and he disappears through the most of the doors that are still intact. And all you hear is, holy scrapload, what happened in here? Is all the damage. Within a little bit of time, he comes back in. He's connected up the arm, and you can see him flexing it. And he goes, "This thing's sweet." And he transforms a few things, and he pulls it back, and he's like, "I can really do some work with this now." Just kind of like.
If you flex, I'm gonna walk up to him and go. If you flex about here and here, you should deploy a chain, in case you need to pull something.
He whips it out, and the chain comes out instantly. He's like, I can see a few uses for this. And he whips it back in, and he's like, nice. But I'm going to get to work on some of the repairs and that. And he kind of looks over at Steel. Hey, you want to help me out, big guy? And he kind of, Steel's like, yeah, I need to get to work. Let's get the repairing. So they head off to the cargo area to get parts and stuff. And they got, you can see Steel with a tablet, and it looks like a tiny thing in his hands. Rex kind of like, hang on here, let me see that. Yeah, this one, he kind of points. He's like, he looks at his hand, he goes, thanks, Void Striker. And he starts tapping, he goes, let's get to work on these doors here, try and get these systems up and running. And you hear them as they're walking away talking. And they're off doing their thing. Kevin has come back with a smorgasbord of food on a huge cart, and he goes, I brought a bunch of stuff. Sorry, it took me a little longer. At this point, everybody else has come over, and like Felix has grabbed some food.
I'm gonna resupply the little one with another bag of energon lollipops.
She pops out of there, and she's like, she runs over to you instantly, and she's like, and she does like the little hands up, gimme. But she
give her the bag, no hesitation.
And she looks up at you, and she just looks at you, big little optics, just staring at you, going blink, blink. And you hear the words, thank you. And she pops one in her mouth.
But yeah, as I send a message to the old vets, I will give them special coordinates for a safe space bridge location, considering this one is kind of fucked.
Yeah, your space bridge is not as high priority as it should be right now because your other primary systems. Carbine goes, not to be too pressuring here, but didn't Artemis say there's a bomb somewhere still on this station?
Wavelink is still currently scanning the station, as well as got the scrapper units working on them, working on locating it. So
Hmm.
they can get into every nook and cranny of the station to find it.
All right.
Unless you have an idea where it might be.
There are several locations, one which would be outside of the station, towards the lower section, and the other one would be within the black room under the mausoleum.
Carbine sits there. She goes, "You think she got in there?" No.
If the station is damaged enough, that room will open up.
And she thinks it wouldn't hurt to take a visual check of it. And she's kind of.
I will. If you want to go, I can give you the command code to get into the room.
Carbine looks up at you, Gilgamesh. You mind if I go check? I just want to be sure.
Be safe. Be quick.
Take 2 of the Scampi units with you.
As she transforms in her run, she literally jumps up into the air and lands in her little caracal form. You see Sky kind of grin at her, and she goes, "He looks a little like you in that form." And she kind of just laughs at it. And as Carbine runs, 2 of the units pop out of the walls, like out from the hatch openings, and starts following her directly back. And you see her disappear out of sight real fast. There's more and more repairs happening as things are going on, but things still feel like it's better, but it still feels uneasy. Aegis hasn't really moved from his spot. He's just been standing there now. Blend sits up slowly in his little bot form. What happened to me? And he's just looking around in the hangar, and he sees all of you sitting there doing stuff, talking, and he's, "How did I get here?"
I'm gonna just deadpan look at him and do what I did with Steel. You died.
And he goes to put up a finger, and like he's gonna respond to your question. Like, that's not a question. You just told me I died. I don't understand. What?
You died. You got better.
But I still. And he starts touching himself, and he goes, "I still have my spark? How?"
Again, you got better.
Okay. And he kind of looks around. What do I need to do now? I was in the reactor room, and he stops as he says that, and he just stares. I was in the reactor room. Wait, I was in the reactor room, and then
I'm just gonna put a head of a Viacon right next to me on the floor and just like, do what you want with it. He's the one that did it.
you see Blend get up, and I mean he's probably about the size of, like the triplets. He's not very big. He's a little smaller than Tick. But he walks up to this, and you see his optics go completely red, and he runs at it and kicks it so hard, it goes flying like a football. And you see him going, "Ow, ow, my foot, ow, ow. It was worth it."
Feel better?
And he puts his foot down. Yeah.
Alright, you might need to go find Steel and Rex. We had to remove one of the reactor terminals.
Oh, no.
It needs replacing.
Okay. I'm off. And you see him skip through the doors up into the hall. And he's literally skipping. You just hear the little, happy little bot suddenly just...
I'm waiting for the scream when he looks into the reactor room.
And you hear a few things. You hear, like, Rex and Steel, and now Blend. "What did you do to my reaction?" That's all you hear is this little scream. And because all the doors are open now. And they're just like, You could swear they're trying to calm him down. No, they destroyed. Where's the console? This little bot is losing its bolts and everything. Its circuits are just going nuts, and it's like we'll fix it kind of thing.
I could call upon Cybertron. We can probably get a repair crew out here within the hour.
That's why I'm calling the veterans to give us some extra hands.
Within that time that we just had, you see a space bridge open. Not a big one, but it's not where your space bridge is. It's at the hangar door. And you hear Wavelength, don't worry, that one's ours. And it opens up. It's not very big. You see about 5 bots come through. Kind of burly looking. Some of them look gnarly. You can see one is hauling a cart full of equipment. And you see him walk over. You call for a repair crew.
Yeah, I'm just here to the register station. The neighbors weren't so nice.
Well, boys, let's get to work. You got a list of things I need to get done around here? We'll get them done.
I'll transfer over a list of shit that needs help, and I will warn them about the scraplets. They are repair units, not actual scraplets.
You see 2 of them jump, and they literally like scraplets. And you see the looks on their face. The one in charge is like, knock it off. We've dealt with worse. And you see them looking at each other. What's worse than a scraplet? They're all just really...
I'm a deadpan. You want to know what's worse than scraplet? Imagine Shockwave as a scraplet.
They look at each other for a moment, and all 5 of them look at each other. That's terrifying. And they just walk off. Let's get to work on this one and this one. That shouldn't take too long. And this one's a primary. We need to get that conduit up and running. And they walk off in a direction just to start working on stuff.
But yes, Gilgamesh, call as much aid as you can call up. Only trustworthy people, considering.
He'll send another message out to his master, just saying, if you wouldn't mind, we need some assistance with repairs.
Sends back how much?
At least a full crew.
He comes back with a question of, what's a full crew to you?
I don't know, 10 to 12 engineers and maybe about 10 workers, laborers.
And you hear Wavelength come across the comms to you. Gilgamesh, I'm getting an authorization from Cybertron. It's from your guild? Am I to let them
go ahead and let them through.
You see another space bridge open up. This one's just a little bigger. You see more than 20 bots come through. And you recognize their symbols. They're all different ones, different guilds. But most of them are from the ones who do a lot of work. Like modifications, repairs, take your pick.
So the guilds that I'm in constant contact with to get the generators up with.
Yeah, and they all step out. They look like... You can tell some of them are... like Pimp My Ride kind of thing, where it's all lit up and stuff on some of them. You see,
yeah, we heard you like a station, so we put a station on your station.
They look at each other and they just like, dude, what did he say? I'm confused what to say. Hey,
what,
man.
is one of them called Exhibit as well?
Oh, I wasn't gonna go there, but now I will. You see a couple of them walk forward, and the rest all gather around like, oh, this place could go for a new paint job. I like it. But, what's with the ship, man? The thing... Phoenix kind of, hey, don't touch me. The bots jump back. Sorry. And they all
Gentlemen,
approach.
you will be working under the direction of Void Striker. He has full access to the station, and he will be directing you where you need to work.
And they all immediately bow to you and stand up.
I'm going to stand up to my full height and start giving them orders on where they need to go.
And they look at you for a moment. And they look back at you, Gilgamesh.
He nods at them.
He speaks. The one goes, does he speak Cybertronian or is this Cybertronian? They're sitting there kind of like picking on him a little bit.
For that, I'm going to give one of them orders in ancient Cybertronian perfectly.
The one looks up. Dude, you're old. But I understood you. And he grins. And he puts his fist up for like a fist bump. It's respect.
I'll give him one.
And he's like, respect. We got you, SA. He's like, what?
Well, let me guess, he turns into like a Cadillac with hydraulics.
Well, that was the one in the middle, but yeah, one of them does. The other one turns into some kind of weird, but they're all Cybertronian styled, so they don't really have wheels, they hover. But you see one of them transform, and the underbelly lights are like this RGB coloring that's changing.
Cybertronian lowrider hovering like half an inch off the ground.
That was the first one that's closest to Gilgamesh. And they all sit there and they're like, and they wave the others over and they start going over all the stuff. We get to work. And they spread out, like they're just like ants. They all go to different sections and they start to work.
Kevin, you're going to be on overwork supplying food for all the workers.
I don't think I need to worry about it, sir. I got it. And he's just kind of giggly, like, I got it. I'll take care of things. And you hear them all working away, and it's just like they all start getting into this rhythm, and it sounds like music being played throughout the station.
I'm going to basically start working on the space bridge.
As you go to turn, Aegis finally moves, and he's still been standing in the same spot because none of these guys up here and Scamper are there. And he kind of starts walking. Carbine comes across to you, Gilgamesh, during this moment, and she goes, hey, I don't think it's in here. I don't detect anything, and the other units don't find anything either. I don't know where it's at. Oh, excuse me.
Well, if it's not inside the structure, it's likely outside.
Great. Might have to send Aegis out there for it, and
Well,
Aegis isn't even...
We've got some extra hands here as well, so we can maybe assign a few of them to assist with looking on the outside.
As you say that, she goes, yeah, I'm on my way back. And you hear, oh, look at that cute little kitty. And she's like, I just got called cute. I don't know how to feel.
And you have a problem with this?
I don't know how to feel about this. I'm supposed to be vicious. She comes trotting in through the door. The two units are still following with her. And she kind of like directs them back to you, Void Striker, like, yeah, go bother him now. She trots back over to you where you and Sky are still sitting, and she goes, am I cute? And she kind of tips her head in that little form, and her ears tuft over. And Sky,
he just looks to Sky like, you're the one who's answering this question.
And the Sky kind of shifts a little bit, like moves around, and she goes, yes, you are. You're adorable. And she goes, I'm supposed to be vicious. How am I not going to be vicious if everybody thinks I'm cute? Ooh,
I'm putting something in the Transformers chat. Basically her right now.
Oh no. Oh yeah. That works. That works. You just kind of, She sits there and she rolls to her side and she just lays there. I'm supposed to be a vicious assassin. How can I be a vicious assassin if I look like this? Oh well, but I can surprise attack them, right? And she kind of looks up at you, moving her head.
Yes. Yes, you
See?
can.
And she rolls up to her feet. See, I knew it. You do think I'm cute. And she kind of eyes you. I'll take it. She kind of just walks around, but she goes, I don't know if there is an actual bomb or not. You hear...
Well, she didn't say a bomb specifically. She said some sort of special package.
Special package. That could be anything then.
Has anybody scanned Artemis? She might have it on her.
And Carbine stops and she looks over slowly. No.
Maybe go do that real quick.
She gets close over to Artemis and you can see her pawing her around a little bit, like moving her. Looks like a cat playing with its food almost, but she's actually moving her. And she starts to look at her and you see her scan and you suddenly see her stand up on all four and she slowly, still scanning, she starts moving back very slowly. We have a problem.
It's on her, isn't it?
It's more than on her, it is her. And she keeps stepping back and Sky gets up.
He'll stand up as well. What do you mean it is her? What is it?
She sends a diagram to all of you instantly, like every one of you. Literally, the bomb is her. Her body is been integrated to be the bomb. And it's very powerful. You see a highly condensed energon of some sort. And it looks like there's another infusion of, like, another compressed form of energon. And it reads more like something similar to some other big bot with a scar on his face. Compressed down there.
It's a dark energon, isn't it?
Uh-huh. And it's compressed just as high. And she goes, what happens if you take two things and smash them together really, really, really fast?
I'm guessing one compressed is pure and the other one's dark.
Uh-huh. And she's like stepping back slowly.
With that, Overload, Void Striker is immediately going to turn to Overload and just like clear a path out that hangar door if we need to. Make sure everybody stays clear.
As she's done, just gets done scanning, Artemis's eyes start to open slowly. Ow, is all you hear from her. I can't move. Why? And for once, it's actually Artemis talking. Carbine gets back closer to her. Artemis? Her optics are not like they were before. They're really... I can't move, but I can talk and look. What happened? Where am I? Carbine just starts to tear up. She can't say anything. She's trying to. You see her mouth try to move.
I'm going to walk up and kneel down. You're on the Black Station, Artemis.
How long have I been here? Who are you?
I am Void Striker.
I'm back.
And who are you? And she's looking right at Carbine. She doesn't know who she is.
This confirms one theory.
She was under Shockwave's control the entire time.
Yes.
Oh, I remember. And she's trying. My head hurts a lot.
Artemis, I'm going to have to do something that would take you offline for a while.
Please don't. I've been offline
If-
so much.
If I don't do this process, you will die, along with everybody within a very large radius. Shockwave tampered with your body and has effectively turned it into a bomb.
Wait, I'm a bomb?
I realize you are somewhat meeting us for the first time, but you need to trust us now. This
I'm a
is for
point to the
everyone's
minicon symbol
survival.
on my body.
And
If you don't trust us, trust this.
Carbine transforms, and then Artemis is like, "Yeah, I, I know you now. You look different, though." Carbine just kind of puts her hand on her head. She's still in her little owl form, but she goes, "So, but how much of it's integrated into me?" Carbine doesn't say a word. It is like severely integrated into her.
Artemis, with this procedure, you will end up with an entirely new body if it's successful. We cannot save this one.
Carbine just looks over at you, just Gilgamesh, you're feeling this scared, like loss of hope in her side of herself. She is terrified right now because she knows that something is severely wrong right now. Artemis, Carbine's just looking at you, Void Striker, like shaking her head. No, it's way worse. Like, look, like, mm-mm, mm-mm, like, no. At this point, Aegis has stopped and walked to a point, and he's been near the wall, but he's stopped and he's looking over, and he has approached a little closer. Artemis's head turns a little more, and she's looking around. This place. I'm in another lab, or
No. You are on board the Ouroboros station.
what's the? I'm really. Last thing I remember was being on test beds. I don't remember too much there. I remember being on our home planet, Minicon. Are we there? Carbine just shakes her head. No. Oh, I remember seeing one of the guard. I can't remember his name. And Aegis is a little closer, but you realize you guys all see it. There are tears running down his face. Overload, you just to feel immense sadness and guilt from Aegis right now. That's all you can feel from him. He doesn't feel anything else. Carbine kind of telepathy to you, Gilgamesh. She won't make it through the surgery. And there's a chance the bomb will still go off.
Is there any way we can just somehow extract the dark energon from it, somehow making the bomb inert?
He's got too many safeties in place. If we tamper with it, it could go off. The scans are very detailed, and she goes, I had to stop scanning because one of the settings I triggered and had to stop.
Can I do like a wisdom save? Because obviously Void Striker knows that there's basically no saving her. I want to do a will save to see if I can stop myself damaging myself at the moment, because kind of clenching fist, you know?
Yeah, go ahead.
Alright.
Do it. Do it.
The answer is no. I am 100% damaging my own hand at the moment.
Your claws are digging into your own hand. Aegis finally gets closer, and Artemis like, you were the guard. I'm sorry I can't remember your name, but you tried to fight so hard. And you see her wings start to move and relax a bit. And she finally transforms, but she's just laying there. Oh, that took so much. Ugh, I can't do another one yet. And she reaches kind of gently up. It's like, you fought so hard. And Aegis takes her little hand, and he's not saying a word. He's just there at the moment. He's kneeled down on both knees, and he just says, I failed. And you just hear the sweet little words of, you tried. You may have failed, but at least you fought, oh, as long as you could. What warrior guard? And her little hand goes from puts it to his cheek and raises it up, his chin up a bit with it. What Minicon wouldn't have fought? It's not your fault they came. And her arm kind of drops, but she's still there. She's just, you might be able to get this stuff out of me or not. And she's looking up at you, Void Striker, at this point.
At this point, I'm just going to pick her up. I can guarantee you one thing. When you wake up, you'll be in a better place.
She kind of just lays there in your hand, and she goes, I just don't want to be in pain anymore. Please let me rest. Carbine hasn't really moved now since you picked her up. Aegis is still on his knees, and he's just crying. He's not saying anything.
Gilgamesh, can I entrust you with the station for a while?
Of course.
With that, I'm going to transform into dragon mode and leave through the hangar.
You fly out through the hangar. Is there any particular direction, or are you just flying straight out?
I'm just flying straight out.
He's gonna pick up Carbine again and put her back onto his shoulder.
Aegis is still sitting there on his knees, and she's like, wait. And she goes over to him, just hugs him, doesn't say anything. And she lets go of him, and she watches him as he turns and just walks away. His glow is dark. He looks dark right now. He doesn't look colorful. He doesn't feel happy. He doesn't feel anything. He just walks away and out of sight. You guys lose sight of him. Carbine, I don't know if he's going to be okay. And she kind of transforms in her caracal form again. She kind of climbs up you and gets back to your shoulder. And she kind of not lays down, but kind of sits down and just, he's going to hurt for a long time. As you guys
none of us are strangers to pain, but this isn't his fault.
We know that. He knows that. But it's his guilt. Drift isn't going to like this either. And she looks over. Drift is still out like a light. Void Striker, how far have you flown out?
Minimum safe distance from the station.
You get out so far. You just hear Artemis. Oh, look at the stars. They're pretty.
I'm gonna look at her and hold a capsule in my hand. It's time for you to fly amongst them forever. I'm sorry I can't do more, but I can ensure your friends are safe and that they have a home.
She pats your big fingers with one of her hands. That sounds right. I'm glad they found you. And she touches your chest, and your minicon symbol glows, and you hear wavelength cry. She knows what's happening.
For one last thing, I'm going to use disguise self to make myself look like I did every time I visited the Minicon homeworld.
You see her kind of giggle. I remember you. You were always so kind. And you notice her pulsing changes and starts to flash a red every once in a while. And it's
I
very
am now
progressive.
going to sedate her so she doesn't feel what I'm going to do next. Because there's only one way to stop what's about to happen. Once she's sedated, I'm going to give her the rust plague.
She looks at you. I'm ready. And just kind of closes her optics and lays back. And
Before I inject her with the rust plague, I'm going to take 2 of her feathers at least.
she willingly gives them to you.
And then I'll inject her with the rust plague.
You watch her little body start to deteriorate and just disappear. She opens her optics. I had a good life. And you see her optics go offline and she drifts off into space.
Once I'm sure all the rust particles are now floating as cosmic dust, I will start to head back.
You start your way back. You feel wavelength sadness, pain. She doesn't seem like herself. Like you're used to this logical most of the time. She tries to hold herself that way.
Only thing I'm going to save to wavelength is it's a terrible day for Energon Rain.
She kind of just says, yeah, it is. And she's just silent. But you can feel her. Overload, you just feel still this immense sadness from Aegis. Even the little one is just kind of sitting there with everyone. She's kind of sitting with Kiara right now, just watching her. But she knows what's happened because she doesn't have an $100 lollipop in her mouth. And she's just kind of got her legs pulled up to her chest. And she's just kind of her arms wrapped around, just kind of rocking. Things have gotten really quiet in the station other than the maintenance. You hear Varish come to, though. He sits up. Okay, that was not fun. And that hurt a lot. And he kind of turns and he sees everybody. Is like, and he just knows. Oh no. Kiara starts to stir as well. She kind of moves a little bit. She still hurts a bit. You can still see there's a little damage when she sits up. The cover falls off of her a bit, and she's like, that was not good. That hurt a lot. And you see her open up the box next to her, and she kind of puts one of the strips in her mouth, and you see her pulse, and she goes, and she starts to look up because she kind of sees you both, you and Sky, sitting there, Gilgamesh, and she goes,
We're both just staring out the the hangar door.
and she's about to say, "What did I miss?" Like cheerfully, "What did I miss?" Even Varish kind of looks back at her like, and just shakes his head. Oh no. Kiara gets up and walks over to both of you, and she kind of, who was it? Sky's not saying a word. She's just, there's rain. That's what it is. It's just rain.
Mm-hmm.
Kiara just kind of, suddenly you see Sky just grab a hold of both of you and hug, and she doesn't say a word. She's just holding on to both of you. Both you and Kiara are just getting this big hug, and she's not saying a word, but she's just losing it. She can't handle it. So she stands there for a while, and Kiara just holds on to her. Oh, God, here's the worst part. Drift sits up, and he just, out of the blue, he's suddenly, dudes, that was not fun. Ow. And he kind of gets to his feet, and he's like, dudes, that was some not so gnarly stuff. So who the heck stabbed me in the back? Ow. I didn't even get a chance to see who. And he stops talking. Dudes, what's going on? Carbine gets off of you, and she's still in her character form. She slowly walks over, her head's down. She quietly leans in to Drift. None of you can hear this. And she steps away from him, and you suddenly feel an energy wave. Void Striker, you're just getting back to the station at this moment. You can see where Drift is standing at. His shell, everything on him. He screams so loud that it shakes every part of the station. Everything on the station goes quiet for a few moments as this wave of energy comes back out and then comes back into him. And he falls to his knees and he just starts pounding the floor. No, 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 no. And it's a different Drift at this point. He's very angry and upset.
First thing I'm gonna do is walk up to Sky, give her the 2 feathers, and close her hands around him.
She grabs a hold of you and hugs you. Thank you. That's all she says. And she sits there and twirls the feathers. Drift is still down. Carbine's trying to comfort him, but she can't get close to him because he's denting your floor in, by the way.
I'm just gonna simply walk up and just sit next to Drift and just sit there.
You notice Aegis comes back in. He walks over slowly. Drift is literally pounding into the floor, damaging his own hands because he's so upset.
So at that point, I'm just gonna grab Drift.
Aegis gets to you beforehand, though, and he steps in and he pulls his hands up. It's not our fault, is all he says. We can't save everyone. And he's very calm, but he's still dark looking. Drift collapses into his arms, and you hear Aegis, oh, Jesus, I forgot how heavy you are. And he kind of falls back into you, Void Striker, and he lands there and he goes, looks like we all need some time. And he kind of falls his head back, looking directly up at you, Void Striker.
Time won't heal, only dampen.
Yeah. And he pats on Drift, who's just kind of laying there limply. He goes, yeah.
I'm going to put one of the mausoleum metal plates down on the ground next to Drift. I'm sure you'd like to do the honors.
He doesn't look up. He doesn't do anything. But you see his one hand slide over to it, grab it, and you can see him gripping it tightly. And he slowly pulls it back to himself. He's quiet for the rest of the time. Nobody's really saying anything. Everybody in the station that was working has come out and they realize what's going on. They're all standing there looking at each other, and then they look out. They come out and they know something bad has happened, that there was a loss of one. And they just bow their heads. They don't say a word. It's silence. All you
There
hear
is, I suppose, one upside. She's forever flying in the cosmic breeze.
They just, yeah, she's not in pain anymore. And he tips his head back and he taps on Drift. Come on. Let's go place a plaque. Drift pushes up. You notice his coloring has dimmed as well. And he starts walking. And he just kind of tags along next to him. Don't say anything. It's all quiet.
Void Striker's going to do what he does whenever, something needs to be sorted out in his head. He's just going to work.
At this point, it's really quiet in the station. But then you start to hear work being done again. All the bots slowly return back to their work quietly, but you notice it's a little quieter, a little more somber. They're trying to keep it down, try not to bother all of you. As things settle down, the station, and during this time, you will recharge completely everything. You see the station being rebuilt, if not newer, but better even. And you notice there's some fancy colors and lights in some of the areas. They also fixed your space bridge and gave it some RGB lighting. I had to throw that.
Gotta have the underglow, bro.
Yep.
I know, right?
Pimp my space bridge.
After a little bit of time, things kind of quiet down. There's still work being done. Varish has returned to his console where he's pulling up information left and right. They are getting things prepared for an assault. Some of the workers have returned, but they give their respects to all of you, and they kind of leave the door open. If you ever need us, give us a call.
During this time, I would have liked to take those feathers I gave to Sky and turn them into, returning dagger type things.
Ooh. Toys. Yes.
Do you want me to roll to see how well I do that?
Yes, please.
What would you like me to roll?
If I set a 100 or D100 and you roll one and you double it,
Do you want me to use my Tinker's tools or my Smith tools?
You'd be smithing these more than anything. Do Smith. You add some nice flourish to it. What kind of flourish would you like to add? Handle wise, other things? I'm gonna let you decide.
More or less like an energy trail for when they're being thrown, of basically a cosmic dust particle trail.
Ooh, that actually sounds really cool. I like it. So you add all this to it. How does one throw these then? Do they just flick it from
They can either be thrown like normal daggers or ejected.
So
Like they could be equipped to like her tails, so she can launch them from the tails.
that would work too. Actually, I got a couple ideas now in my head going, okay. So yeah, we can do that. I like this idea. You got me thinking of a couple things now. So with that, you create these new little toys, in a sense, weapons.
I will name the daggers Artemis's Wind.
Oh, that is a nice touch. During this time, you do notice that all of you will see that things have kind of returned to normal a little bit during this moment. You've had some time. You see that Aegis and Drift, they're not still fully back to their full color state. Overlord, you still feel that kind of sadness and guilt still in him, but it seems better. Drift and him are talking a lot more. It's like they're kind of hanging out. And you notice that Aegis every once in a while goes, dude, chill out, or something like that. Kind of like he's talking similar to Drift at times. But it seems like it's a good thing for both of them. Kiara, she's been working on things. Gilgamesh, you and Sky do notice that she kind of nurses the one side where she was injured really bad. You still notice she still has some scuff marks on her head. And she still has the little box, and you notice she's sitting at one of the consoles one of these times, so she opens it up and she pulls one out, and she kind of nibbles on it like it's a piece of candy or something, or while she's reading over some stuff. Things are quiet, but the tension is still there. You know there's a fight coming. And at this moment, you hear a lot of commotion going on back in the lounge area, and you hear across the entire intercom system, all the workers have left, but you hear this, and it comes from Kevin. Hey guys, I think we need a little downtime and a little moment. Other than Phoenix, everybody come to the lounge room. We're watching a movie. And you hear Steele, what's movie we watch kind of thing? What are we going to watch? And it's quieted down, and you notice Kevin has made a huge spread of food for all of you. And
Voice Record's going to do his downtime in the lab. That is his downtime.
And you notice Addie will join you in that, along with Tick. And she's overworking with Tick on some stuff. And Tick has progressed in a short amount of time. She's more fascinated.
Question is Micron over here in the lab now? Micron?
Oh, yeah, he will be... Oh, I need to put his icon back. Yeah, he will have returned as well. Shoot, I forgot about Micron. Sorry, he's so small, I can't remember all the time. He doesn't get moved very often, and I don't have to do it. He does a lot of analyzing and stuff like that, so that's all he's doing. So he's in there with you guys, but he's off in the corner doing his thing. Whereas Addie is acting, like you said, like more like kind of like a mother figure to Tick, but Tick is picking up really fast, and she's working on some of her own little projects. And
there is something I would like to do for Tick on where she's got a symbol from Shockwave. I'm going to completely redo her symbol into something completely different. I'm going to turn it into like the ancient Cybertronian sigil for a scientist.
Tick doesn't know you're doing this until she notices you're trying to... Are you trying to put it on her at some point?
I'll ask to see her arm to put it on.
She said, okay. And you notice she's a little more willing, and she puts her arm up. And Addie's just sitting back there. She's grinning at you. And she's just watching.
And once I put the sigil in, I'll give her a data pad with the sigil and the translation for it, so she knows that it means scientist.
She kind of looks at you. She's standing on a table to meet close to you, not even close to your eye. She looks at you. She goes, "Scientist? I'm a scientist now?" And she's excited.
If you want to be.
Yes. And she kind of jumps. She can grab one of your arms, literally, because you're huge. And she gives you a big hug. And she's like, "I'm a scientist. Addie, I'm a scientist." And you see Addie with her hand, like her face in her palm, just kind of under her chin, just leaning over, looking at you, grinning from audio receptor to audio receptor, just looking at you. "You're such a softie." And she just kind of shakes her head and waves to Tick. "Come on, get over here. We got some more to do." And all you've done is made Tick very happy. She starts running across the table and she starts to not really pay attention. And Addie goes, "Watch what you're doing." And she puts her hands out and catches Tick as she falls off the table. "Really?" And you just hear Tick giggle. And it's the first time you've ever heard her giggle. And she goes, "Mistakes happen, right?" And she just giggles again. And Addie just kind of like, "Yeah, mistakes happen, but try not to make it happen." And they get back to work on what they're doing. The rest of you, you can join everybody else in the video area if you'd like the lounge. Unless you guys would like to do something else. I'm not going to make you go there. But it's an offer by Kevin to do something else.
So Gilgamesh will join them, but about halfway through, he's going to quietly exit to go to the meditation room.
Carbine doesn't really join you. She's sitting there watching the movie. She doesn't really even notice you left because she's just enamored by this cheesy flick.
That's fine. He's more curious to see if Sky follows him.
And
question: what type of movie are they watching? Are they watching like Cybertronian Stuart Little?
Well,
Happy Gilmore.
Ah, yes, a Cybertronian.
Clown.
Is it the Cybertronian version or human version? That's the question.
Well, it's the War of Stars or something. I don't know. It's some cheesy.
Star Wars.
No, it's the War of Stars. And it's a cheesy flick from some alien planet. It's really bad. It really is.
Oh, Spaceballs.
Yes, where a kick connects with something that doesn't connect.
Yeah.
No, it's totally Spaceballs.
There you go.
Fucking love Spaceballs. No, Spaceballs meets Super Troopers.
If you guys were in there, since you and Gilgamesh are not in there, Point Striker and Gilgamesh aren't in there.
No, he was there, but like I say, he leaves like halfway through.
But no, it's what you hear. Overlord, are you in there watching the movie with them?
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna hear this, and everybody else kind of is. It's you hear Steel lean over to Rex and goes, "Hey, that maid's kind of hot." Rex is like, "Yeah, she is kind of hot, isn't she? Wonder if we can get her number or something." Everybody's looking at them right now, and they're like, "What?" And the little one just makes some kind of beeping noise. Carbine just starts losing it and laughs her butt off. And nobody knows what the little one said, but Carbine just laughing. Aegis starts laughing. Drift starts rolling off the couch laughing. Nobody knows what they're laughing about, but everybody is laughing. Sky kind of gets up and she looks around and she starts giggling and laughing too, but she kind of walks out of the room as well, but she takes another route. And she follows you into this meditation room. And she goes, "Interesting friends." And she kind of looks at herself. "I didn't think I would ever have friends like this." I guess this is my home now. And she kind of looks down. She goes, I think I got a lot to learn about this world. At least for now.
Without turning to her, he's just going to get down into a meditative position. But what will be different is his hands. In between all of his interconnected joints, it's gonna begin to pulse blue.
She sits down across from you and she kind of imitates exactly everything you're doing. And she just sits there for a moment. She looks at you up and down and she just grins a little bit, but then it's like she's taking a deep breath in and her body pulses a little bit and then calm. And her hands relax into a state. And do you have your optics open right now?
They are open, yep.
You notice hers are closed though. Potatoes, yeah. You notice hers mimic a different color. Sorry, I'm hearing something in the other room. Like, what? And
You missus found out what happened to the Minicon run.
Not yet. Shut up. She already knows that something was going to happen, so. But she sits there very calmly and feels very calm. Hello?
Yep, I'm here.
No, sorry. Dog down here.
Oh,
Sorry. She's kind of, I'm like, what are you doing? Go away. And so things are quiet. She's just sitting there, and you notice her coloring shifts here and there, but it kind of changes every once in a while, but it's not a bad thing. It's her dealing with her inner emotions and demons in a sense. And she kind of slowly opens her optics and she looks at you and she goes, this is going to be very interesting being here. I'll tell you this. I don't know what it's going to be like because I don't even know if my universe still exists. But it feels okay here. I just wish I didn't lose her. Even though she turned that way at one point, I just wish I knew when.
If I'm being candid with you, I don't think you ever truly knew her in the first place. She was a trap laid specifically for you.
Yeah, I guess so. But still, I guess she used me to do certain things, but at the same time, she was being used too, right?
She was.
Well,
And used for a rather nefarious purpose.
yeah. Too bad things couldn't have been better.
His eyes will kind of trail down to his hands. And there's a little bit of a spark forming in his hands.
Ooh. She's looking at she kind of looks down. She goes, that's interesting. I don't think I can do that. She kind of looks at her hands. She puts them back down.
I've used arc abilities in the past, and there was a technique that I really couldn't do before. But over the last month, I've grown so much stronger, so much faster. I've reached new heights I didn't feel was even possible. But now I'm also being faced with an enemy that is going to take everything I have to beat. The ball that's forming in his hands begins to glow just a little bit brighter.
She starts to reach
I've been
out,
practicing this for a long time, but never really found the will to master it.
She's looking at you, and she looks at. She starts to reach out. She's like, "I better not touch that, should I?" Look, but she goes, "But if it's something that he's not expecting, it gives you an advantage."
I've held a few secrets back. And now more than ever seems the appropriate time for everything to come to the fold. I have to master this technique. I'm gonna have to push myself even further beyond my limits.
And it looks like I need to learn a bit more. Well, a lot more. Now that I don't feel. And she kind of starts looking at her hands again, and she looks at her right one, and she goes, "I do feel different. And maybe I was being controlled. But now I don't. I feel." And she kind of moves her fingers around very gently. And she's doing this, and she looks at you, and she keeps doing this like wave thing with her fingers. And she does it back and forth. But I feel free now. Like I'm not under something. As you notice, her fingers start to do something similar to your arcing, but it's different. It's like waves of little energy. And she's not noticing this. She's just looking at you as she's talking. And maybe it's a different change. And she puts her hand down, and it kind of just instantly goes away. She doesn't realize what she's doing. She kind of gets up, and she goes, "Kind of feel a little hungry. I think I need a little more energy. I think I'm going to go kind of raid the kitchen, grab something to eat. Do you want anything?" And she kind of looks at you with a little wry smile, like, "Hmm?"
Yeah, just a small smile forms over his face. Just sure.
"I'll grab you something. I might know what you like still." And she walks out of the room. And she kind of turns back. "Hey, Gilgamesh?"
Hmm.
And she kind of looks, and she's like questioning. "Never mind." And she just grins. She walks out. She goes down to the kitchen. She walks through where everybody's laughing their butts off. So for a brief moment, you hear the doors are open, and you hear everybody laughing away still. Don't know why, they're just laughing. And you're sitting there, and the little one comes walking through, and the door opens. You see this tiny little bot walk over and kind of just giggling a little bit. And she realizes you're sitting there, and she looks up, and she just waves at you.
He still has his hands in that position, and the little arc ball is still small and in between his hands, but a bright, brilliant blue light.
You're sitting there, and the little one kind of gets closer and closer to it, and she's like, and she puts her hand up, and she starts to touch it. And you can see the energy, and she kind of looks at her arm as she's doing this, and she's running her fingers through this arc energy. And it's almost like she's manipulating it with her hand, and she kind of sees it go down her arm, and she starts to twist and turn it and make it almost like dance. And she pulls her hand back, and she kind of shrugs her shoulders and does a little and then keeps on walking. And she goes in, you see her walk past you, and she taps your leg and keeps on walking. And she goes into the command control center, and Varish is still sitting there. He hasn't left. And you hear him.
He
"Hey."
kind of looks at his hands like a little concerned because he was focusing a good amount of energy into his hands, and she just casually just manipulated that level of energy. Like, that was a lot of damage that she could have potentially just did to herself.
Yeah. Yeah. She could have.
So yeah, he's kind of looking at feeling a little concerned that she just manipulated his arc energy so easily.
Yeah. You see Sky comes back in. She's got like a bowl of what looks like some kind of like it looks like Energon popcorn and a few other things. She kind of sits back down.
His hand, he just kind of drops the pose in his hands, and he just kind of looks at the little one, just a little concerned and confused.
Yeah, she's walked off. Varish is in there with her. You hear her through
and
the door.
he just says to Sky, "Did you see that?"
And she's like, "No, I just got back here with food. What is there?" She looks around. Did I miss something? She's kind of like confused.
She just reached in and pulled the arc energy I was charging.
She's like,
and just manipulated it like it was nothing.
Sky's confused. Who came in?
The little one.
Wait. And she does her fingers like the little one. And she's like, she touched. There's a reason why I was going to, but then I was like, no, I didn't want to touch it because I didn't want to get shocked. She stuck her hand in it and you let her? She's kind of like.
I didn't let her. She just did it and just pulled the energy out like it was a piece of string.
Guys, like
he's feeling a little concerned about that because, like, to him, this was him practicing a new, powerful technique, and she just casually manipulated that, and that is cause for alarm.
As you're both sitting there, you see the door to medical open, and you see Carbine coming through. And she's with Drift, they're laughing their butts off still. And all you hear them is say, "Suck to blow." And she can't believe she said that. They're referring to the little one. Whatever she said was funny. And she goes, and Rex and Steel they do realize that was just made up. That's not real. What a weird alien species that make these movies. And they're just sitting there and they say, "Oh, hi guys, sorry, did we interrupt you?" And Carbine's like just really being polite. Drift seems a little brighter and happier. Not so bad. He's pulsing with a little more energy and laughing. He still has a little bit of battle scar damage on his back, but he's okay. And he's like, "Dudes, what's up?" He's noticed he's a little more. He's still relaxed, but he's a little more. Just a little different.
Have any of you noticed the little one manipulating energies of any kind?
Energies? And Carbine's confused. Even Drift's like, dude, she's just a little mini guy.
Arc, Energon, anything that you might have seen that seemed out of the ordinary?
They look at each other. That's not possible, really, that we know of. I mean, there's only so many bots who probably could have done it, and they're long gone. um, Dude, you okay? Like he's like, hey, I was the one stabbed in the back here, not you. You see Sky kind of wince at that, like reminding Artemis for a moment, and Carbine like elbows him, knock it off. He's like, sorry, but
Because I just saw the little one do something I've never seen anyone else do before.
like, and Carbine goes. She kind of chimes in. Her science side kicks in. Wait, the little one manipulated it? Your arc energy that you were doing?
Quite easily.
This might require some scientific study here. We might need to run some tests and experiments. Does she know she can do this though? And she's like really curious.
It would seem so. She did it so casually, as if it was second nature.
You see her and Drift look at each other like, this is very confusing. She should have suffered damage from it. And actually, at your level, it would have actually, well, destroyed her.
She shouldn't have been able to just reach in and casually just pull at it like a piece of yarn.
You see Drift has moved
I've never
around.
seen anyone just manipulate energy like that before. Even bots who can control arc energy. Never seen that level of control.
Well, maybe we might want to get Void Striker in on this. This something sounds very interesting, dude. Maybe we don't want to.
He kind of looks down at his hands a little bit. I wonder. I have a very dangerous and very stupid idea.
Everybody's looking at you and like saying, what? They're just looking at you.
I want to know how much arc energy she can handle.
Dude, we'd have to be really careful with that. Carbine looks really concerned. You can feel her concern. I don't like where this might go, but at the same time, we might need to find out why would she be able to manipulate it in the first place? Drift kind of chimes into everything. Look at, why don't we talk with Void Striker on this? This is the science dude. Let's get the nerds in here. And Carbine's like, really? And sorry, no offense, but why don't we set it up and see what happens? Right, dudes? But for now, let's keep it on the down low. Let's not freak out the little one if she gets nervous about this. We've had a lot go on. And we've had a loss. And you see Sky kind of drop her head and just close her optics for a moment. And Drift realizes what he said and he puts his hand on her shoulder. Sorry. We've all had a loss. I know you didn't know her that well, but she was still your partner in some form. There was still some part of her there somewhere. Sky kind of looks up, kind of smiles at him. You notice his coloring is brighter, but you notice Sky shifts in a couple of different colors where he's touching her shoulder, and the coloring shifts over her for a moment. And he pulls back and goes, and with everything that's gone on, we could use everything we got, right, dudes? Carbine just kind of shrugs, like, I just don't want to hurt the little one. I don't want to lose her, too.
I'm not proposing to put her in any kind of danger, but the amount of energy that she just manipulated in my hands was already a very high level.
Drift is sitting there. He's got his hand on his chin thinking. He's just like tapping, and you hear the tink, tink, tink as he's doing it.
If something had happened and she caused the arc to erupt, it would have been devastating to both of us. But she handled it masterfully.
Carbine.
I'm not trying to push her limits, but I'm wanting to understand what her limits are.
Well, for her to do that and everything, again, let's go get Void Striker in on this and see what his mind thinks. He's been around for quite a while too. In perspective, as minicons, we've seen a lot of things. Again, only so many bots could manipulate energy, and it's usually one specific type of energy. Arc energy is one thing. What else can she do then? And she goes,
That's what I think we need to find out, but unfortunately, we're working on a limited timetable.
yes, we are. But for now, why don't we get some more rest, find out some more information? And she looks around at everyone, kind of like, yeah, more information. Figure out what else we can do. And with that,
Well, we already know what we can do, but I think now, more than ever, we need to make a move to it.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, there it goes. I'm clicking the wrong thing. Sorry, I'm trying to move a map around. So we're going to flip over to Overload, who is sitting with everybody, and you're still hearing Rex and Steel, like, you swear that they really want to date the maid from Spaceball. And you can kind of hear Aegis just still laughing away. He feels better, and he's not so feeling guilty, Overload, and you can feel it. And he has come down. He's sitting on one part of the couch. Rex has kind of moved into place. Steel's kind of leaned over, and they're both still talking about how hot this maid is. And I'm like, this is interesting. Okay. You got Blend, who's just sitting there looking up at over at them both. Like, what is wrong with you two? You do realize this is a movie. And Kevin's just over there too, kind of sitting behind, looking over at them. They're more fascinated by their conversation about this than anything else. You guys are getting more close to the end of the movie at this point, and it's just the credit scenes, really. And he just kind of turns to you, Overload, and he's still laughing a bit. He goes, I needed to laugh. I needed to be happy for a moment. But I still feel like I've lost and failed again. But he's still smiling. But I don't feel so bad. Is it okay to feel like this, Overload? And he's not looking at you. He's kind of looking kind of at the screen as he says this.
We all wish to be a hero in our own hearts. Though the fact of the matter is, we're destined to always have a failure. How many times is unknown. What matters is the ones that we did complete.
Yeah, the ones we complete.
So
And
I'd
there's
say keep your head up. Although today was a sad matter, there's still much that needs to be done.
yeah, it does. You feel up to some training? And he kind of looks back, grinning at you, and he flips out his battle axe. It's like, you want to fight?
Sure, considering that my energy got returned to me after the whole breaking of something within me, I feel like I can go for a bit.
And he takes his battle axe and he flips it a couple more times in his hand, and he pokes you in the leg. And he's like, you can break all you want, but you're still not broken. Pat
Yeah,
yourself
just go
back
easy
up.
on me. I have to get used to my new power.
Oh, you ain't that old, youngster. I'm still older than you. And he puts the battle axe over his shoulder and he stands up. He walks out of the room and he goes, meet you out in the hangar. I think we need a little more room for your big butt. And he walks out laughing. So, with all that that's just happened, there's still, like I said, a presence of something imminent coming or going. And this is where we're going to end our session now.
Well,
Yeah.
So,
trauma.
trauma. I
What's
gave
going
you
on? I haven't been paying attention for like the last 30 minutes.
Okay, other than him, he's no
Woo, trauma, woo.
trauma. Ooh, trauma.
Oh, just a Monday for Overload. All right.
Yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Do you guys want to say bye? No.
See you
Okay.
next
Bye.
week. Get some sleep.
May the calming cold guide your heart.
Fuck that guy.
Now, fuck you, buddy.
I'm
Oh,
not
fuck
your
you.
buddy, friend.
Oh God. With always,
I ain't your friend, pal.
since
Hey,
we're
your pal, buddy.
back at this again, I do apologize for the delays, but now we're getting back into this. As always, wherever you're at in the world, you have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and be safe out there and give somebody who you care about a lot a big hug because sometimes they just need it. With that, bye.